of the two-day workshop for early career academic staff in this great university, organized by the management of this great university under the amiable leadership of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola. Thank you very much. Of course, we have an important announcement for us all. Just like we mentioned yesterday, we tried to make sure that the sitting arrangement was camera friendly, but unfortunately, I didn't know how it happened. A lot of us resisted persuasion to move forward to sit at the front seat. So we don't want a repeat of such. If you go to the YouTube now, something was not that, it's not that friendly there. So we are employing all of us to please come to the front seat here. These two row, the two column here, let's engage it. Every seat at the two column here. Please, let's do that. Those of us at the other side, let's come to the center here, please. We want it to be camera friendly since it's going to be live streamed. Please, then you come to the front seat so that we start the program in earnest. We have seats at the front here. Let us come to the front. We don't want this seat at the back there to be engaged. Let's come to the center here. Please, those of us seated there, let's come to the central seat here. Please, we are waiting for you there, sir, before we formally declare the program open. Thank you. You can take the seat along with, the sheet along with you so that you write whatever you want to write. Please, madam, we are waiting for you, please. Madam, we are waiting for you. You are the only person we are waiting for. You are delaying us here. Thank you very much. The Deputy Vice Chancellor is standing behind us. Whenever she passes instruction, I think it behoves on us to equally oblige immediately. Once you see the Deputy Vice Chancellor standing, passing instruction, she must be doing that on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. And of course, we should oblige. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate your cooperation. And of course, we commend you for the display of maturity and the attention, the rapt attention you gave yesterday. We know quite well that if any one of you is asked to come forward there now to give us the synopsis of what transpired from the first lecture or the first presentation to the last one, we wouldn't have any doubt in us that you will adequately provide those that were not here yesterday the detail of what happened. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the Deputy Chancellor Administration to come forward and welcome us all and declare today's program open. Join me in welcoming to the podium the Deputy Chancellor Administration, Professor Dipo Olubomeyin. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Ayodeji Johnson Agbola, who is being represented here this morning by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Tundun Oderinde, Principal Officers of the universities, Deans, Provosts, Members of Senate, our professors and resource persons that are here, distinguished colleagues, good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to welcome us to the second day of this in-house training for academic staff of the university. Yesterday, we had an engaging session, very insightful lectures, and I'm sure we learned very useful lessons in the various topics that we had yesterday. I want to implore us that we should continue in that spirit this morning. We already have our resource persons here. So I want to encourage you, please take notes and reserve your questions. At the end of the session, we will also have time to take questions. I know that the distinguished resource persons that are here, they are well prepared. So I have no doubt that they will do justice to the various topics that they have been given. I'm also happy to inform us that the various sessions are being recorded. So after the program, you have the opportunity of going back to watch the YouTube and refresh your memory and note important things. Let me end this short introduction on this note. So much was said yesterday, but you know very well that until we begin to take steps and act on the things we have learned, is as good as if we have not learned anything. So I'm imploring every one of us, the things you know affects you, the things you know you need to take steps on, please do your own note and do not wait. After this meeting, begin to act on it. That is how to change your life. That is how to actually practically benefit from what we are being taught. And I will tell you that all of us are learning. It's not just those of you who have been invited. Even professors, we are learning. Because yesterday when Professor Ogunlesi was talking to us about wellness, I learned some things I didn't know before. So let us get ready for an exciting time this morning. And on that note, again, on behalf of Mr. Vice Chancellor, I welcome you to this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought we could appreciate the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration better. Thank you very much. Quickly, with the permission of the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and that of Administration, let me quickly recognize the distinguished members of the extended management we have in our midst here. I have the Provost Postgraduate School, Professor Arosi Shomoye. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate you. Can we appreciate him? Let's put our hands together. We also have the Dean, Faculty of Agricultural Production and Renewable Resources, Professor Abiodun Joda. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Also in our midst is the Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Janet Adetayo. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Not leaving behind, the Dean, Faculty of Law, Dr. Bade Arik Akinrimade. We appreciate you. And of course, the Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor Babajide Dasaulu. Thank you for coming. We equally have one of the resource persons that gave us thought out presentation yesterday, the former Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Taiwo Edun. We appreciate you, a distinguished Professor of Sociology of Education from Faculty of Education. We appreciate you, sir. Also in our midst today, we have our resource personalities that have been carefully selected to give us the various presentation today. I will be starting with, quickly for those of us that are yet, familiar with one of the newest emeritus professors of this great university, I introduce to you Professor Emeritus Olatunji Eo. Olatunji is very much in our midst. Thank you very much. And he is coming here to do one of the roles, one of the relevancies of an emeritus professor in a university, which is mentorship. Thank you very much. Also in our midst is the Director of Quality Assurance, Professor Ayodeji Ifegbeson. Can we appreciate him? Thank you very much. Also in our midst is the Head Department of Mass Communication, Dr. Semiu Bello. We appreciate you. And of course, the director of academic planning of this great university, a professor of chemistry, Professor N.A.A. Babarinde. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. Then the last but not the least person there is Dr. Sekinat Folorunsho from Faculty of Science, is to give us a presentation on AI and digital community. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me humbly invite to the podium Professor Ayodeji Ifegbeson to give us his presentation on quality assurance in the university system. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him?
The Vice Chancellor, normally I call him Comrade Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the DVC ACAD, Professor Aderinde, the DVC admin, all principals officers, deans, provosts, directors, colleagues on the table, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Yes. All that we have been doing, let me start by saying that the entire program that we have been doing and all that we are going to be doing is all about quality assurance. All the issues that they spoke about yesterday are all geared towards quality assurance. And the university system itself is established to produce quality. And I'm going to start by, I have this outline. We're going to try to understand what is quality assurance, and then what is quality assurance in the university system. I decided to also bring forth some framework to show that when we talk about quality assurance, it is not quality assurance just for the Nigerian society or Nigerian university, but it is a global concept that internationally there are guidelines, frameworks, both at the global level, at the continental level, and the national level, that we have quality assurance for higher education. And because we are in OU, and that is what we want to try to look at, I try to look at what is our quality assurance in the system. Now, what is quality assurance? Quality assurance is systematic, proactive process focused on preventing defects and ensuring that product or service meet specific requirements and standards. That is a general definition and explanation of quality assurance. It then implies that quality assurance can applies to all spheres of human life. In the social, in the economic, we can begin to talk of quality assurance. In manufacturing, there is quality assurance. When you buy your product, you want to look for quality. We talk about original and fake. Certain things are made to make it original, and that is the standard. Now, what do we mean by quality assurance in higher education, and more particular in the university system? Quality assurance in higher education is a dual structure system, involve internal mechanism for self-monitoring and the external process via accreditation agencies, ensuring educational standard and continual improvement, institutional reputation, and student learning outcomes. In essence, what we're trying to say is that when we talk about quality assurance in higher education, it is about ensuring that the output, that is the student, are of quality. And the quality of the student, we also define the reputation of the university. And we have two ways by which that is determined. That is what we mean by the internal, which is one that we do within the system. Every university has an internal mechanism for quality assurance. And the external is the one that are done by organizations outside it. We will come to look at some of those institutions very soon. It ensures that teaching, research, and governance meet established academic criteria through mechanisms like accreditation, self-evaluation, and student feedback. We have student evaluation forms that we give to students, that is student feedback. We are also expected that during our class, there should be a kind of feedback that is to measure us. When the accreditation team comes around, they assess us, they tell us what we are doing right and what we are not doing right. Quality assurance in the education, we owe it to people, to the government or the owner of the university. We owe it to the student and their parents. Those students are sent to school, to university, to learn, and they're expecting that they will become a better person. These are those people that we are responsible to, that our quality assurance or the quality of our product will affect. To the industry, whatever we produce, they become an employee in the industry, and if those students, if they are not of good quality, then it becomes a problem. In the society, we want the society also to produce quality products. To the parents who are investing in their children, they want them to be a responsible, reputable individual in the society. And we can only achieve that if we ensure that whatever we impart in them is of quality. Quality assurance also aims at identifying the institutional strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat through periodic performance. Then we have this dual process that I've talked about, the internal mechanism, the internal quality assurance, and then the external. These are the external, the key institutions or agencies that are involved when we talk about Nigeria. The Nigerian University Commission, they come around for accreditation of programs and provide the guidelines for the award of degrees. The Federal Ministry of Education, they have a section that they call Federal Education Quality Assurance Service. They provide the policies. Then we have professional bodies like COREN, the Medical Dentists Council of Nigeria, ICANN. They are also part of the external body that ensure the quality of. Then JAMB. You know, JAMB provide the guideline for the entry for matriculations. 200 benchmark, 5 credit points. They also tell us the quota that we must admit. Then this is the structure. We talk about the input, the student, the curriculum, you as the faculty staff, the non-academic. That is when we talk about the internal. Those people that are involved are those ones that are. Then we talk about the facilities and the teaching resources. Then the process, as well as the output. Now, like I said earlier, that quality assurance in higher education is not Nigeria concept. It is international. And we have the international standard and guideline for quality assurance in tertiary education. It is a UNESCO document. The standard and guideline for quality assurance in higher education, this one is for Africa. And we also have another, which is also a continental one, that is the European standard and guideline. Now we're coming back home. All that we are doing that we want to assure lies within the mission and the vision and the core value of this university. The founding fathers of this university has great vision. And when you read the mission and the vision of this university, which the VC has tried to coin and put into 3E, it says, the university, Olabisi Onabanjo University shall be the citadel of academic excellence, where knowledge, skills, and value will be pursued relentlessly. That word relentlessly means with all the determination to ensure the flowering of human ability, that is the potential in the individual. And for the potentials of an individual to be produced, to blossom, it then implies that all that we do must meet certain standard and must follow certain process and standard. Service to the nations, it is only a quality individual that would be beneficial to the youth. Some few days ago, or I think it was last week, the DG of the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority came. Probably old. And the man came out to say that all that he has achieved was as a result of the quality of education that he has received from OOU. And I want to also tell you that there are a lot of us sitting there that the level that we are, the foundation was laid by this institution. And what we want to plead is that you that are coming in, we also strive to push up the bar. Then we talk about the core values. These are the core values. If you go to the website of the university, you're going to see all these core values. There are about 14. And it is only when you as a lecturer possess and carry these values in you that you can transmit it to students. We as the lecturers, we must, in our actions, in our words, in our thoughts, everything we do, exemplify these core values: commitment, competence, teamwork, and self-motivation. If you are not committed, you cannot make it, you cannot transfer that into your student. And it is what you know that we also teach. And that is where your competency comes in. You must also be ready to work with people. And you can work with people, you can transfer that when you get to your classroom and you make your student. Professor Edu was telling us about group assignment and group teaching yesterday. That is a way of promoting teamwork. And I think in this university, the committee system is also a way of promoting teamwork. We have all those values. I'm not, like I said, they are on our pages, on the website of the university, and we must endeavor, because they are part of the quality that we must possess and transfer to our students to make them worthy and excellent students. The directorate that I am the director has these functions. We develop quality assurance framework. collaborate with the DAP and others agencies to make sure that things work, monitor and evaluate. We support accreditation, exercise, and so on. Now here we have the 3 levels of quality assurance in the university. Starting from the department. Every department must have a quality assurance committee headed by a professor. Then, followed by that is the faculty. By rule, the chairpersons of the departmental quality assurance is automatically the member of the faculty committee. And then we have the university quality assurance committee. That is responsible to the vice chancellor. These are the various, okay, thank you. You see, in order to ensure quality assurance, because it is an whole system, different sections, directorate offices are involved. We have the Directorate of Academic Planning, represented by the director is seated there. They are in charge of accreditation, program review, all program development, everything. Then we have the Olabisi Onabanjo Counseling Center, because the university recognizes the importance of the stable mind of the student and staff. You see, that center is not only meant for students. We can also visit them if we need to. So they carry out support for students. Then we talk about the Director of Suez, Directorate of Research, it was there yesterday, Director of Partnership and Linkage. It's also about linking the university. We, through the partnership and linkage, try to match our benchmark with other institutions and share experiences. The Director of Works, when you look around, those new infrastructure we are seeing, the benches in our classroom, in our offices, is all about ensuring that we have quality in our system. The alumni, the university library, and our ICT. Now, this is what we have been doing, and that is what is making our university and their quality assurance to be what it is. One of the things that the university has tried to do is to ensure that in the recruitment process, it is always based on merit. If I'm not mistaken, I can say that over 80% or 90% of the staff of this university are PhD holders. And I can say that that was a conscious effort on the part of the university to ensure that only the best takes that position and is only the best to produce quality. Then, we do not just employ, they do the induction. I know you must have experienced that before now. That is part of the quality assurance process of this university. Staff appraisals and evaluation. This one now, you see, I said it's now online. It is part of ensuring that staff are promoted adequately and are appraised. Research and publications. Your research and publications is very important and is part of the quality assurance and part of what gives the university the reputation. What you write, where you publish, matters. when we talk about the ranking of universities, or what they call the webometric, it is you and I that gives that. And it's only going to come as a result of what? Our research. So when the research director was there yesterday, a boss has spoken about that. The director of our linkage spoke about grant writing. All this gives image and reputation to the university. The dream of the VC, it says he wants to take the university to be one of the best university in the world. If possibly, it is you and I, and that can only be achieved if you choose to display quality in your research and your publications. Then the university continue professional training. This is one of it that we are doing because the university want to keep developing. They want to ensure that what you impart into the student are current, up to date. And then we take it upon ourselves to continue to do what? Provide the training. Teaching, learning, and assessment. What have we been doing? It is expected that the first day you enter the class, course outline and reference materials should be given to students. It is part of the quality assurance of this university that at the beginning of the semester, you enter your class to teach. You're expected to read out the course outline with reference materials to your student. That course outline too must also shows the time of continuous assessment and modes of assessment. That is, we have a template for that in this university. Then, it is also part of ensuring the quality assurance in this university that courses are meant to be team teach. You don't take courses single-handedly. It is more of a peer review, and it's also to give students a different interest. I come in, my own approach is going to maybe different from another person, and what I'm going to teach is also going to be different. And so that gives the variety. So it makes the class even much more lively. Students want to come, because if it is going to be one person coming inside the classroom and join and start reading, it becomes boring. And then the student may not want to come to the class. I have seen, and I think the DVC have seen, the VC have also seen, there are situations times we go to the lecture hall and you just find colleagues standing in one place, reading from phones. Students will not want to come. Professor just spoke about somebody coming to the class, just reading notes. The moment I know that you are just going to come and dictate, I don't bother to come to your class. So don't let us cultivate that habit. That is not going to be. We do not encourage it. So we encourage team teaching. Often, the lead team is always a senior person. Now, in form of assessment, we talk about continuous assessment of semester exam. We also talk about moderation of questions and marking guide. You're expected to submit questions and your marking guide. And that will be moderated both internally and externally. We have our exam, some of our exams being conducted on CBT, and I want to tell you that we have one of the best or the largest computer center or computer in the ICT in the Southwest. Yes, if you want to put that time together, let us put it together. It is the VC. You see, I think In the first semester, they procure almost 500 laptops. Just in the first semester, 500. Laptop, not desktop, a laptop. You can just imagine what that's going to cost. So that should tell us that the university management is striving hard to ensure that the quality of the student that we produce, as well as the quality of our staffs, are not trust. Then we talk about the processing of results. Our results are being processed online and to time. It is part of ensuring the quality because there is no room for miscalculation of CGP and the rest. Then feedbacks. Then student support. Student orientation programs are always organized for students when they come in. Student guidance and counseling programs. Online registrations from entry to graduation. In order to take away stress and to make our students to feel comfortable in the system, the university introduced the online registration right from the beginning to the end. They don't need to take any filling. Just go online, fill your form. Bring the form to the lecturer just to endorse, and that is it. Clearance are done online. That removes the issue of corruption, remove a lot of other things. Then, one academic advisor for a group of students. We have course advisors. Some of you are, and your responsibility is to ensure that you see not just to the academic welfare of that student, but to their social life. Then we talk about auxiliary support. We have transportation. We have medical facilities, extracurricular facilities for the student. Learning resources. Different learning resources are available in this university. The university prides itself to have another force. If you get our e-library, which you can access anywhere in the world, is full of materials. 2026. I remember during the last accreditation exercise, one of the accreditors was just trying to feel, want to put us under stress. They gave him 1 or 2 books and he was saying, is this one that they have? But before he knew, they just opened the system and brought out, and he found out that the site has even 2026, what is going to come out. We did the accreditation in 2025. That thing is already online. We subscribe to them. You have the opportunity. Get to the library. Introduce your student to the library. Encourage your student to go to the library to access those informations. Then the university has been, very soon, we are seeing it. The cable are running around. Internet facility will become free. So you can stand anywhere on this campus and use your phone, your laptops. There has been continued expansion and renovation of our learning facilities. Go to the different halls, you will see it. LLT 1, 2, 3 runs on solar panel. There's no time you get to that place that you will not see electricity. There are smart boards. All these are facilities that are provided to ensure that the quality of students we produce meets standard. In the management process. Then there is also what we do often. We visit our campuses. The DVC, myself, the VC, sometimes unannounced, we go to different campuses to see things, and it is part of the process of ensuring the quality of our system in OOU. These are some of the things that we have as used to monitor. We have our exam results, libraries and self-learning facilities, student feedback, our research project, external examiner report, and so on. I will close by saying that quality is not an art, it is a habit. It is a habit that has been displayed by the management, the last accreditation exercise, the DVC. We are in one faculty or in a department till 8 o'clock. What are they trying to do? Ensuring that the quality, the accreditation team will meet the standard. That shows that they are not acting to say they want quality, but they have it as an habit. I hope we appreciate that. Can we just appreciate that that we have a management that has quality as an habit, not as an art? You know, when you say something is an art, I call display on you. But this is something that is consistent. I don't want to start mentioning department where the VC became the HOD. Sat down there, going through files. The DVC, we go in Shagamu. That shows an art, an habit. And then quality is never an accident. It is not. It is always a result of intelligent effort. And lastly, I want to enjoin us. Let us join hands with the management to commit ourselves to excellence and achieve the vision of this university. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for the Director of Quality Assurance in Olabisi Onabanjo University? Time management is equally part of quality assurance. You could see he gave the lecture within 30 minutes. Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much. He was able to manage the time as outlined here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while he was giving his presentation, we had some distinguished members of the extended management of this great university walked in. We have the Dean Faculty of Science in our midst, Professor Olutunde Odetunde. Thank you very much. Also in our midst is the Dean Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Anotula Deji Agbola. We welcome you. We thank you for coming. And of course, the Dean Faculty of Administration and Management Sciences, Professor M.O. Solanke. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned earlier, we don't just retire professors in this great university, we also promote them to immortality. It is my pleasure to welcome now to the podium our Emeritus Professor of Medicine to give the next lecture, the next presentation, titled Academic Mentorship, Goals and Implementation. Professor Emeritus Adetola Olatunji, the former Provost of Bafemi Awolowo College of Health Sciences, is the next presenter. You know, as an emeritus professor of a university, mentorship is one of the fundamental roles of our intellectual entrepreneur. Put your hands together as a man to podium. Thank you very much.
Well, the DVC academic who is standing in for the Vice Chancellor. Well, I seek your indulgence in asking for me to adopt the already established protocol so that I will not waste time. I am to talk about mentorship academic mentorship in the, sorry, yes, thank you very much. Academic mentorship, the goals, and implementation. Well, before I go on, I would like to say that this act of mentorship is very important in the university. And as we go on in the presentation, we'll see how and why it is very important. Well, first I'll talk about just the overview of the of the topic. It is well, academic mentoring is a developmental reciprocal relationship where an experienced mentor guides a less experienced mentee in personal, sorry, yeah, in personal, academic, and professional growth. There are certain words there that we need to take note, and that is reciprocal, especially reciprocal. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Because what reciprocal means is that it's both ways. You know, I said mentor and mentee. So it is not about mentee alone, it's also about mentor. It focuses on enhancing skills, supporting career development, building confidence, and fostering academic success of the mentee. You know, the way the university operates is that lecturers are appointed as assistant lecturers to start with. And the aim is for the assistant lecturer to become a professor in the shortest possible time. And you see, being an assistant lecturer, just coming into the university, he might not know many things that will make him achieve his objectives quickly, unless he has somebody that is more experienced, that has been in the system, and that has achieved the highest level to tell him or guide him how he has to go about it. So that will take us to the key aspects of academic mentoring. Well, the first one is the purpose. Why are we mentoring anybody? And that purpose is to guide mentees in navigating academic environment, developing teaching and research skills, and fostering independence. As I said earlier on, somebody just coming into an environment may not be very conversant with what and how to operate. So he will need somebody to put him through and to tell him what to do. And what is the, I mentioned earlier on there are two. There is the mentor and there is the mentee. And I said it is reciprocal event too. So the mentor's role in this situation is to act as a coach, advisor, role model, and supporter, fostering a supportive atmosphere for growth of the mentee. As the mentor has the role, so also the mentee. And so the role of the mentee is to actively seek guidance sets goal for himself or herself, and engage in self-reflection and professional development. What I mean by this is that somebody that wants to become something cannot just sit or lay back and expect those things to come to him or her without making any effort. So the mentee, after observing somebody that he thinks that the way he does things suits his own purpose, will have to reach out to that person and seek guidance. Then the process by which this is done is it often follows you prepare how to approach the person, you negotiate, and create an enabling environment that will make the mentor to accept you. And then after which, once you have achieved what you want, then you will transform to a mentor too. And it is important to say that it is difficult to be a mentor without having been a mentee for some time. We're talking about mentee and mentor this morning. And the only observation that I have is that the lecture, the presentation is for a senior lecturer and below who are actually still being mentored. The areas that will involve the mentees, only very few mentees are here to listen to that. But I hope that the presentations will reach them, and so they'll be able to know their roles too, because it is important. And as I said in the introduction, it is a reciprocal event that involves both mentee and mentor. Then it has benefits. I think I'll talk about the benefits towards the end of the lecture. Well, the key components of mentoring is relationship-driven, and it is a collaborative partnership often based on trust and mutual respect rather than a strict top-down instruction. You see, the two people, the mentee and the mentor, will have to have a relationship that will be very cordial. And that is when information can pass on from both sides. The mentee will receive guidance, and then he will seek guidance from the mentor, and then he has to respect. There must be rest, and he must trust the mentor too, that whatever he asks him to do, it is correct. I have talked about the mentor's role and the mentee's responsibility. And the structure of mentoring can either be formal, that is structured program with defined measurable goals, or informal, unstructured, organic relationship. Well, the person that's going to be the mentee has to have some qualities which will assist him in being a good mentor, because he's going to make the mentee to be like him. So for somebody to want to be like somebody, that person must have some qualities that are worth emulating. And so they must be active listener. They listen to and to understand the mentee's concerns, goals, and needs, and create a safe, trusting space for open dialogue. It must be somebody that can listen to the mentee, because the mentee might have things that he wants to ask the mentor. It's not that, well, oh, I don't have time now, I'll come back later. You must have time to be able to listen to that person. There must be constructive feedback. They offer candid, actionable advice, helping mentees see potential blind spots without imposing their own personal biases. They more genuinely care about the mentee's success. It's not just using the mentee and, maybe dump them later or not even interested in whether they make progress or not. Demonstrating patience while the mentee learns, often acting as a sounding board rather than just giving answers. It must be goal-oriented. You see, you must be able to say or plan what you want the mentee to achieve in a particular time. As I said earlier on, the significance of being employed as lecturer one and getting to the professor is to get promoted as and when due. And the role of the mentor is to make sure that the mentee is achieving that in record time. The ability to see the potential. Some mentors often see mentee's potential even before the mentee see it in themselves. If I have if I have a lecturer one in the department, in my own case, we'll have followed that person up from the residency. And I know he's quite good. I might identify him as a potential good lecturer, and I'll start encouraging him. Even if he himself doesn't feel so, I will advise you may be a good teacher, and then this is what you need to do to make it very fast. The last thing, but most important, is that the mentee must be a role model. And this role model means that, well, they must demonstrate high integrity and desirable professional behaviors, serving as a positive example. This is very important, and it cuts across many activities. And I'll cite this meeting as an example. The meeting was supposed to be for 11 o'clock. The DVC card was there before that time. The other important dignitaries were here. And the others were just strolling in. Some actually strolling at about 12 noon. That is, if the DVC card had been here, wasn't here, then you might say, well, it is because the head was not here, that's why we're not here. And I think we all need to emulate good behaviors. That is, being punctual at lecture, at any meeting. The mentor would need to demonstrate that. The other thing is even the way of dressing. I have been to Senate before when I was still a Senate member. And you see, Senate is the highest organ of the university. It is like the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Because that's where laws are made and it has to be obeyed. But you see some people in the Senate wearing slippers. If they do that, the people coming behind them will take it as norm. And that is what they will do when they get to stage of getting to that meeting. And that it is important. The mentor cannot be disobeying university regulations and want people to follow him.
You see, when you want to mentor somebody, then whatever you do must be according to the laws, to the regulations. It must be punctual, and you must you must have made progress in record time too. Not that you are there, you became a professor after 20 years, because the person that you want to mentor might think it is norm and you could stay. So you need to, that integrity aspect is very, very important. I may not be able to mention all what it entails. Then, why are we mentoring people? We do that for a purpose, and that will bring us to the goals of mentorship. The primary goals of academic mentoring are to guide mentees in personal and professional development, fostering academic success, skills development, and career advancement. Career advancement is the key, especially in the academic environment, because there's no point in being on a level for 10 years. And as I said, it will be the work of the mentor to follow up the progress of the mentee. Are you writing your papers? Are you conducting research? Are you publishing in reputable journals? All those things that will enhance the mentee to make progress must be the preoccupation of the mentors. Mentors help to also, is as we mentor the juniors lecturers, so also the students. I remember when I was in the university, I didn't just choose obstetrics for just choosing it. We had some lecturers that they just came back from US and Britain, and they were punctual at our lectures. They gave all the lectures as I went due, and they used to dress very well. You know, gynecologists deal with women. And you see, apart from knowing what is wrong with them, you have to appear nice to them too, so that they have confidence in you. And I said, well, when I grow up, I'll probably want to be like them. All their lectures, all their meetings, and we had a head of department. We used to have a report every morning at 8 o'clock. Even as students, you can't come late. But at 8 o'clock, the HOD will rule across those that have been present. And if a student signed below the line twice, there's no matter how brilliant, he will receipt the O1G at that time. So we're all there. And even the lecturers that were already there, he will say one or two things to them if they come late. And that was it was very nice. And we all learn from that kind of attitude. So mentors help students set realistic goals, improve academic performance of lecturers, navigate challenges, and build confidence, ultimately empowering them to become independent learners and professionals. The other key goals will include academic excellence and skill building, helping students or lecturers develop research skills, because you can't write papers without conducting research. Gone are those days when you can just cook something, write it up, and then publish it. It is difficult now because there are so many ways of finding out, or maybe you want to publish what others have done, whether you have plagiarized or not. So, and you need to conduct research and write in in good journals. Critical thinking and effective study habits. The career guidance and navigation, providing advice on career paths, exploring opportunities, navigating higher education system. And the personal and professional growth is fostering leadership skills, improving communication, and offering psychosocial support, such as encouragement and confidence building, and networking, connecting mentees with professionals, maybe around the same in other institutions, and confidence building, and improved visibility in the field. And it also helps ensuring students stay in school. If they know, if they like the person that's coming to teach them, they'll come to school and successfully complete their program. Academic mentorship is designed to be a mutually beneficial relationship where the mentor may also gain new perspectives, skills, and potential research collaborations. Where you see, when you want to go and teach students, it is not acceptable that you will not be sure of what you are going to teach them. Well, I remember when we were in secondary school, when we were doing chemistry, biology, some of us will have read very well. And when the teacher came in and started teaching us, we deliberately ask some questions. But most of the time, because they were Catholic nuns that were teaching us, they knew. But if they don't know, then they get name from the students. And whenever he's coming to teach, we might say he's not going to teach us anything new, so we might not go there. Now that we know what mentorship is, we know the goals, how do we now implement it? Implementing academic mentoring involves established structures, trust-based relationship, that's one-on-one or group, where experienced mentors guide mentees in personal, academic, and professional development. Effective programs require matching processes, clear goals, regular meetings, and institutional support to enhance students' retention, faculty socialization, and skill development. Other components of implementation will involve structure and match, which is programs can be formal, assigned, or informal, with pairing based on mutual interest, shared backgrounds, or specific goals. The goal setting and communication establish a clear focus, a clear planning, research skills through regular and scheduled meetings. A mentor's role, acting as a mentor, involves offering psychosocial support, encouragement, and career guidance, networking. You see, if you have a mentor and you think you're interested in him, it is not all about books every time. Sometimes it may be a little bit, it may actually cost the mentor some funds. Sometimes you ask, have you eaten? And let's go for lunch. And he sees you now as an approachable and good person that is interested in his everyday life, both academic and social. If you say, let's go out for a drink, that may be a bit dangerous, because I personally don't take alcohol. But if you take somebody out and you start giving him alcohol, then that may actually be counterproductive. So if you say, let's go out for a drink, it might just be juice or Coke. You just talk over the drink. It's not that I actually want the drink to have, but at that time, the environment is more social than academic, and it benefits. And then he takes Coca-Cola or malt, and then he will leave. And he will, next time you ask him to do something academic, he will do it religiously. Evaluation is a regular assessment of the mentoring program itself to make sure it meets the needs of both participants and improves effectiveness. At the end of the time that you think a lecturer one or assistant lecturer or should have made progress, then you want to assess, and it's not, you want to assess, are you writing? What publications do you have? Let me see. Let me assess them for you. You must be able to go for this promotion exercise and make sure that that mentee achieve what is supposed to achieve as and when due. And all this we can do when the person has trust for you and he likes you and he sees that you yourself, you have high integrity. And that's where all those properties of a good mentor will come in. The best practices for success will foster trust, create a confidential environment where mentors are approachable and listen more than they instruct. Define roles clearly, set expectations early regarding meeting frequency and communicating methods, and focus on development. Prioritize the mentee's growth by offering feedback on skills, helping them navigate academic culture, and facilitating network opportunities. And common models, traditional one-on-one, that is you and the mentor, between mentor and mentee. Pairing a senior faculty or lecturer or students with a junior one. Then it could also be group mentoring, one mentor leading to 2 to 36 according to their recommendations, often used for cohort support. And distance or virtual mentoring, using technology to bridge gaps in formal mentoring program. The last slide, it will be the concluding slide. And it highlights that, as I said, that it is a reciprocal event. The mentors will benefit, the mentee will benefit. And for the mentee, it develops new skills, improves performance, expands professional networks, and receives guidance for career advancement. And for the mentor, it offers personal satisfaction, reaffirms their own experience. Because when you guide somebody and the person is making progress, then it reaffirms your own experience. You develop leadership skills and foster empathy. And we are all employed in the university. We are going to leave the system one day. And when we leave the system, and we have been identified by the university as good people, what can we say when we leave? Can we boast that after my leaving, somebody will carry on like I did for me to have been identified? I think that will be the importance of the mentors, producing mentees that will replace them when they leave. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. If anything, our very distinguished emeritus professor has been able to do the needful in terms of time management. Now, I will humbly invite the next presenter, the person of the Director of Academic Planning, Professor N.A.A. Babarinde, is giving us a presentation on teaching the 21st century skills in the university. Please join me in welcoming to the podium the Director of Academic Planning in this great university. You're welcome, sir.
Well, leaning on the existing protocol, we'll be looking at teaching 21st century skills in higher institutions. As we talk of the 21st century, we are talking of the age that is unprecedented in all that is happening virtually. So the 21st century has ushered in unprecedented changes in virtually every aspect of human life, particularly in technology, communication, globalization, and workplace. Now, because of all these changes, there's need for us to look at the way we teach in the 21st century so that our teaching will still be very, very relevant. The rapid evolution of digital tools, artificial intelligence, and global connected has fundamentally altered how people live, learn, and work. All these developments have brought changes to the way we relate together and the way we live. These transformations have reshaped industries, redefined career paths, and introduced new expectations for individuals entering the workplace. As a result, the role of higher education has become more complex and demanding than ever before. Well, it was mentioned here yesterday by our DVC Acad of a lecturer that will come to class, and what he used was the note he got some decades before that time. So we can't continue like that. There's need for change. For any higher institution to have global competitiveness and relevance, she must take this topic that we're talking about today very seriously. So developing a good curriculum is important, but the delivery of the curriculum is far more important. We may have good curriculum for any program, but the important thing, or something that is more important, is the delivery of that curriculum. And the gears that propel the 21st century education are the skill that we are looking at today. Every engine has gears that propel the body, the vehicle, to move on. So this skill will propel some things, some skills, also this skill will propel some functionality and some properties and some activities that will aid us to be effective and efficient in our delivery of the 21st century teaching. Now, coming back to OU, our university has 3 key goals in what we are doing. Number 1 is education. We are here to educate the students, impart knowledge onto them. In the previous decades, education system focused primarily on knowledge acquisition. People just came to university, acquire knowledge. But we are to go beyond that. We are told that we are to educate, we are to make them employable, and not only employable, to turn them to employers of labor. Therefore, this paper provides an exploration of these essential skills, examining their significance in higher education and offering practical strategies for integrating them into teaching and learning processes. We look at the skills, 7 of them, one by one, look at their definition, look at the importance, and then I've introduced some notable quotes to drive home the lessons we're learning on each of them. And then we look at the strategies for implementing them in our teaching. So, number 1 skill is critical thinking. And I have some quotes here. I will not be able to everything because our time is so important. But I've highlighted some in red to how important critical thinking is. The one real goal of education is to leave a person asking questions. By the time we have educated people, their minds should be asking questions. Number 2, the principal goal of education in the schools should be creating men and women who are capable of doing new things, not simply repeating what other generations have done. Men and women who are creative, inventive, and discoverers, who can be critical and verify and not accept everything they are offered. They can think through in every situation. Then critical thinking is certainly a skill, but when possessed as a mindset, a playful and humble willingness, it shifts from a labor to an art. It asks, is it true? Then number 4, critical thinking is not something you do once with an issue and then drop. It requires that we update our knowledge as new information comes in. These are quotable quotes by renowned men. Now, what is critical thinking and what's the import? Critical thinking is widely regarded as one of the most important competencies in the 21st century. And what is it? It refers to the ability to analyze information objectively, evaluate evidence, identify assumptions, and make reasonable judgments. Not just swallowing everything that comes our way, but ability to diagnose and to analyze and evaluate. So critical thinking goes beyond surface level understanding. It requires individuals to engage deeply with content, question established ideas. That's it. We question even things that are known. Think about chemistry. There was a time that knowledge was not full enough. And it was proposed that atoms can neither be created nor destroyed. But later, it was found that that was not correct. So we should be ready to query and to ask questions, even about established procedure. Now, in higher education, critical thinking is essential because students are expected to interact with complex theories, conduct independent research, and develop original arguments. It enables learners to distinguish between credible and unreliable information, an increasingly important skill in the age of misinformation and digital media. Moreover, critical thinking plays a vital role in professional environments. Then employers value individuals who can assess situations, identify problems, and propose effective solutions. And that should be our goal too. The students we are training, our goal is to make them, employable by the employers. And the employers are looking for something in them. And one of them is the critical thinking, because they're employed to solve problems. Just like we're employed here to solve problems. We are employed here to train the students, And that's a problem we are trying to solve. They were ignorant, and we need to impart knowledge to them. So the same way, we have to train them so that wherever they're employed, they can be solvers of problems. So critical thinkers are better equipped to adapt to change, innovative process, and contribute to organizational growth. What are the strategies for teaching critical thinking? To be able to do this effectively, number one, we need problem-based learning. And what does that mean? This approach involves presenting students with real-world problems, not just theory. We make them to face problem. Just a few months ago, our VC sent a message to us in our department that there's a problem, and he wants us to solve the problem. And we started thinking about it, what we can do as chemists, and we are working on it. So we want to solve problem. Our target should be to make them to solve problems. Number two, case studies. Case studies provide students with practical scenarios that require evaluation and decision making. By analyzing real life situations, students learn to apply theoretical knowledge in practical contexts. Then we can organize debates and discussion. Structured debates encourage students to participate their viewpoints, defend their arguments, and critically examine opposing perspectives. Number four, research projects. Just like I just mentioned, we bring them together and ask them to carry out the project. This project I mentioned, there's a process we need to go through. Unfortunately, one of the chemicals that we needed to do the production of what we wanted to produce, which we bought for 50,000 naira, lo and behold, it was fake. And then when we got to that level, we tried to look for the chemical, we couldn't get it. Then we brainstormed together and said, okay, the chemical was produced by some people. Okay, the chemical that we need to produce what we wanted to produce, okay, we too, let's see how we can do it. And they started working, and behold, eventually we succeeded in producing that thing that we bought for 50,000 naira that was not working. Now, then reflective writing, and that's a personal record of students' learning experiences. In some other clients, students keep record of their learning experiences, and that will help them to think through in facing challenges of life. Number two, communication skill. What are the codes we have for communication skill? Number one, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. We just imagine that once we have spoken, we have communicated. It may not be. So we shouldn't just assume it that I've communicated. No, we must get feedback to know, whether we have communicated effectively and efficiently, so that the message we are trying to pass across has been received. What's the meaning of this? Communication is a fundamental skill that underpins all aspects of human interaction. It involves the ability to convey ideas clearly and effectively through verbal, that's spoken, written, or non-verbal, body language, and others, with which we can get message across to them. There's somebody that is well known to us in the university system, Professor Peter Okebukola. While teaching us in class, he will put some certain caps. When he was teaching us about hacking, white-hatted hackers and black-hatted kappa, the cap he will put is to tell you about the message. He will come to talk about tools. He will bring hammers and spanners, into the class just to pass the message across. By the time he has demonstrated all this, the message will sink. So we need to do that as well. In the 21st century, communication also extends to digital platforms, making it more dynamic and complex. Today is a world of digital system. So we've got to, make sure that we apply this also. Effective communication is essential in higher education, where students are required to present ideas, write reports, and engage in academic discussions. It is equally important in professional settings, where clear communication facilitates teamwork leadership, and decision making. Even animals that do not talk, do you know they communicate? They communicate. Monkeys, even ordinary goats and sheep, they communicate. So they pass the message across to themselves. So if animals can do that, I think we human beings should do better. What are the strategies for teaching communication? One, oral presentation. Students should be given regular opportunity to present their ideas in class. This helps build confidence and improve public speaking skills. Number two, writing assignments. Assignments such as essays, reports, and research papers help students to develop structured and coherent writing abilities. Number three, group discussions. We engage them in group discussion, group them and ask them, give them different things to talk about, and then they come back and report their findings. Now, feedback mechanism, constructive feedback from lecturers and peers help students identify areas of improvement. We need to get feedback. Fortunately, looking at our anatomy, where everybody has one mouth and two ears. That means after we have spoken something, we must be ready to learn. In fact, we must be ready to hear more than we're ready to speak. So we shouldn't just be talking. We must hear. We must get feedback from what we have just spoken. Now, digital communication training can also be organized. So teaching students how to communicate effectively using emails, video conferencing, online platform are ways of communication. Number three is collaboration skill. The quotes. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. But working together is success. That was said by Henry Ford. Number two, collaboration is multiplication. The age of, doing it alone, that age has gone. It was mentioned here yesterday by the director of linkage. That age has gone. We need to collaborate, not just within ourselves in this university, but others in other universities, both within and outside the nation. And that's what gives, a lot of mark, to our evaluation. If everything we do is just within ourselves, in-house, it's not rank as it's supposed to be ranked. Now, the meaning and importance. Collaboration is the ability to work effectively with others toward a common goal. We have a common goal, which we call, this collaboration, we call it network. And I say, network means net that works. It's the net that works. And any other thing you do without networking, it may not work the way it's supposed to be. So we need this network so that we can get the work done. Now, it involves teamwork, mutual respect, and shared responsibilities. We collaborate, not just with others in our department, others in our university, but with others outside. Now, in today's interconnected world, collaboration is essential across disciplines, cultures, and geographical boundaries. Some people have the mentality that, oh, look at this university. All of us, since this university is based State, all of us who are working here should be from indigenous of Ogun State. No, it's not like that. You expect people from any part of the world to be here. That is what collaboration is all about. And not only, they may not even be here directly, but we are linking up with them. We are working together. That's collaboration. Now, meaning, suggested strategies for teaching collaboration. One, group projects. Collaborative assignments help students to develop teamwork and organizational skills. Peer learning. Students learn from one another through shared experiences and knowledge exchange. There's nobody that knows it all. What I know will be different from what you know. What you know is different from what I know. By the time we collaborate, we can exchange ideas, and then our knowledge will be increased on the two sides. Now, number three, interdisciplinary projects. We are not only limiting our research to just our own field. We try to network with other people in other fields and see relationship that can bring us together to achieve a common goal. Then conflict resolution training. We organize conflict resolution training where we can learn how to manage ourselves and live together. And then overcome challenges that may come as a result of our interaction. Then collaborative technologies. So digital tools enhance communication and coordination among team members. Now, number 4 is cultural inclusivity. We have this quote: diversity may be both the hardest thing to live with and the most dangerous thing to be without. It may be difficult for us to come together, from different backgrounds, but without it, we may not be able to make the necessary progress that we need to make. We have to transcend our differences to transform our future. The diversity and inclusion, which are the real grounds for creativity, must remain at the center of what we do. Now, meaning and importance. Cultural inclusivity involves recognizing and respecting diversity in all its forms. It fosters an environment where individuals feel valued and accepted, regardless of their background. It measures with respect to the number of students and staff in the university. In the global ranking today, you can just Google World University Ranking. Just Google it. You'll see one of the indices is inclusivity. What do we mean? It has two sides. Number one, they want to see how many international staff do you have in your university. If you don't have anyone, it's called 0 there. Then how many students, foreign students, do you have in your program? They score it for that. And once you don't have anything, you score 0. So when they talk of ranking of university, it's not just your number of papers you have on internet that they use inclusivity. I pray that we will change for the better. Now, the meaning, cultural inclusivity involves recognizing and respecting diversity in all its forms. And I've said that. What are the strategies for teaching cultural inclusivity? 1, inclusive curriculum, that is incorporating diverse perspective into course content. Number 2, cultural exchange programs. We do exchange with other institutions across the borders. Then classroom discussion, which promotes open dialogue about diversity and inclusion. And then number 4, anti-discrimination policies. There must be policies in place against discrimination. If you go over there, employment, they already put it there. The condition is there. You don't discriminate. So we must do the same thing also. Then global learning opportunities that will enhance students' understanding of global issues. Now, we look at creativity, the quotes. Teaching for creativity aims to encourage self-confidence, independence of mind, and the capacity to think for oneself. The world always seems brighter when you have just made something that wasn't there before. Number 3, imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, while imagination encircles the world. That's Albert Einstein, that great scientist. Now, meaning and importance. Creativity is the ability to generate innovative ideas, solutions. It is essential for problem solving, entrepreneurship, and innovation. What are the strategies? 1, open-ended assignments. That is, encouraging multiple solutions to problems. That's a problem, okay? Okay, everybody, let's think of the way out of solving, the way out, how to solve this problem. You will give everybody a chance to think through on the way. Then number 2, project-based learning, fostering innovation through practical projects, hands-on. Then encouraging curiosity, by creating an environment that supports questioning. Number 4, integration of disciplines, combining different fields to spark new ideas. And then number 5, innovation labs, innovation hubs to provide spaces for experimentation. Number 6 of our skill is technology literacy. Please listen to this quote. Number 1, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I hope you get the message. Those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. There are wrong things we have learned. We have to relearn them. We have to unlearn them. We have this mental limitation, mental plateau, and say this thing cannot be. Impossibility thinking. We have to change our mind if we are going to move forward. There are people who have phobia for some things, and they think, oh, this thing cannot be. We are used to doing it in the last 50 years. This is the way we've been doing it. If you don't change, nothing will change. Now, number two, technology can become the wings that will allow the educational world to fly further and faster. Number three, listen to this. That will allow us to fly further and further than ever before. Look at the next thing there. That phrase there. If we allow it. That's on our hands. If we allow it as a person, as an institution, as a body, if we allow it. But if you don't want to allow it, you are always resisting it. You say this one cannot work because you don't want to change. Then nothing will change. Now, finally, things change, and unless you are open to other ideas, listen to that now, you are going to be totally irrelevant. That is one thing that we should all be conscious of as academics, that we shouldn't get to a stage in our life that will become irrelevant. If the people who want to impart, they know more than us, then that's a problem. It's a problem. So we should keep, developing ourselves so that we can continue to be very relevant. Now, what is technology literacy? Technology literacy is the ability to use digital tools effectively and adapt to new technologies. It is a critical skill in the modern world. Strategies for teaching technology. One, digital learning platforms. The other time, LMS was introduced. There are people who oppose it. They didn't want to have it done. It should not be, because in a global world, global village, we can't be an island on our own. Everybody must connect to what is happening. Now, apart from LMS, another one is coming now. It's called Blackboard. That one is more serious than LMS. TEDFund and other agencies of government, they are working on it. It will soon be introduced. Then ICT training technology, integration of online research skill, exposure to emerging technology. Now, let me move to the next thing. Another way of doing this is participation in training, especially training by the Virtual Institute of Capacity Building in Higher Education, VIGBE, organized by NUC. On regular basis, almost every three months, they organize different programs, online programs, to train people across the world, and especially in Nigeria. And those who have been participating, they can tell you that they've benefited tremendously. It has improved them seriously. Think about it. We just finished one recently, which was on mastering digital survey. Gone are the days that you carry paper and you'll be administering questionnaire. If you know this thing we are talking about, in your bedroom, you can stay there and collect data across the globe. And you harvest the thing in no time at all. So these are things that can make you to be a better person. So they have organized program in the last one. I have participated in about 4 or 5 of them. We have learned about ABC of artificial intelligence, cyber security, mastering digital skill, and then, mastering university ranking. The one we just finished recently is mastering university ranking. And very, very soon is going to begin to operate. That you will see a body is coming up very soon. It's already established, registered, approved. That will be ranking our university. Seriously. And those who have undergone the training, some of them are here, including our DVC ACAD. They're going to be involved in ranking of universities across the globe, and in Nigeria in particular. Now, the last skill is leadership skill. We have the following codes. A leader takes people where they want to go. A great leader takes people where they don't necessarily want to go. Number two, the greatest leader is not necessarily the one greatest thing. He is the one that gets the people the greatest thing. That's Ronald Reagan. Then the task of the leader is to get his people from where they are to where they ought to be. Now, what is the meaning? Leadership involves guiding, inspiring others, and so on and so forth. What are the strategies? Student leadership roles can be assigned to students. Mentoring programs can be organized for them. Leadership workshop, and so on and so forth. So this can be integrated into the curriculum, and then we can make use of them. But there are challenges to the 21st century, teaching 21st century skill. The number one problem is what I call inertia. According to Newton's law of motion, everybody continues in the state of rest or uniform motion unless acted upon by an impressed force. When you remain the same point, you don't want to move, they are going to resist any change that is coming. Finally, there are solutions there that you can provide. In conclusion, teaching 21st century skills are essential for preparing students for modern challenges. Higher institutions must embrace innovation and transformation to produce graduates who are adaptable, creative, and capable of continuing contributing to society. Finally, education must move beyond knowledge transmission to empowerment, equipping students with the skill needed to thrive in an ever-changing world. Thanks for listening and the privilege.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the Director of Academic Planning of this great university once again? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me equally recognize the Deputy Registrar in charge of Corporate Affairs Division, Mr. Aniyi Oduwole, a Fellow of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. You are most welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. The next presenter is the Head Department of Mass Communication, Dr. Semiu Bello, who is to give us his presentation on attitude and relationship as strategic tools for impact. Can we appreciate him as he comes to the podium? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC, Dr. Balogun. I'd like to stand on the existing protocol, and the business before me this afternoon is to speak on this title, Attitude and Relationship as Strategic Tools for Impact. We have started this engagement since yesterday, and of course, I want to observe, we have spoken about quality assurance, we have spoken about pedagogical teaching and learning system. Today, we have spoken about teaching, we have spoken about mentorship, university visibility, productive engagement with the society, industry, and all critical stakeholders. But something stands in the center of this conversation, and that is our attitude, our relationship, because all of this defines the impact we want to make on our students, the immediate community, and of course, the larger society. On this very note, I'd like to welcome you, and I want to start by appreciating especially the Vice Chancellor and the university management at large. Particularly, let me also appreciate the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, and of course, the principal officers of the university, all provosts, deans of faculties, and of course, my respected colleagues. I'd like to say a very good afternoon to all of you. This is the highlight of this presentation. I mapped the territory here because we want to embark on a journey. And I want us to please move together. And this is why I've done this highlights. I will be starting this presentation with a prologue, a very short story. Then I move to the introduction. Then I will discuss the key issues. Then I also engage the intersection of the key variables in our presentation. Then I move to the common enemies to impact, building the right attitude, building productive relationships. Then what's going to be our major takeaway? Then I conclude. I've done this. Please, the story is this. I want to appeal to all of us to please attach our mind to this important story. It is basically touching on the base of the discussion before us. A lady and sons were on a flight from Toronto to Honolulu with a connecting flight to New Zealand. A few minutes before departure, when everyone was sitting on the plane waiting to depart, the pilot announced that the company which refueled the plane is having a problem. It seemed that an employee had, as usual with that information, absent that morning, and given that the company had no replacement worker, everything was running a little behind schedule. In fact, the truck had only just arrived at the plane. The pilot told the passengers he expected they would be refueled quickly. It took an hour to fill up, and by the time they took up, the plane was an hour and a half late. Approximately 270 passengers and crew members were delayed 90 minutes because one man failed to show up for work, and this does not include any ground staff who might have been affected. The story continues. The plane was scheduled to connect with two other planes in Honolulu, one bound for Auckland in New Zealand, and the other for Sydney in Australia. Needless to say, the connecting passengers were comprised probably two-thirds of those on the plane were worried about missing the connecting flight. Two-thirds is 180 of 270. Passengers going to New Zealand and Australia announced the pilot en route Hawaii. Don't need to worry about making your connections. We have arranged for those planes to be held until we arrive. That was great news, but it meant that another 400 or 500 people were inconvenienced and delayed in Hawaii. And it's probably affected ground staff, air traffic controllers, and customs officials in Auckland and New Zealand. All told, between 800 and 1,000 were affected because one man failed to show for work and the company had no backup plan. In this short story, I'd like to engage us. What are the critical issues in relation to the conversation before us? Please, I don't want this to be a monologue. What are the critical issues relating to this story? To attitude. We are talking about, and of course, we want to measure this on impacts. In this story, what are the issues before us? Please, anybody. Dr. Balu. Anybody, please. What are the issues here? You might need to pass the microphone. Just to get some feedback from us in regard to this story. Thank you, man.
Failure of somebody to show up at work.
That's speaking to something.
You said?
Pardon?
I said
attitude.
attitude.
Attitude. It speaks to attitude. It speaks to attitude. It talks about relationship and, of course, reputation. I analyze. Somebody's attitude to work, absenteeism, punctuality. These are critical issues. Then I say relationship. I assume in my own analysis that this person may not actually be enjoying good relationship with other colleagues in the workplace. Otherwise, what does it take you? I will not be making it to work today. What does it take me to call somebody and intimate the person so that the person can stand in for me? So many of us will not come to work and will not communicate to anybody. All of these are having fundamental effect on the reputation of the organization. And I'll tell you, economically, in business world, if this attitude continues, this organization may not sustain in the industry, may likely to go into extinction economically. And this I'm bringing on board in relation to our own university. In what way or ways have you demonstrated this kind of attitude? Then I go to my introduction. Today, in the contemporary higher education, the question of excelling, the question of making impact, goes beyond academic excellence. The matrix of doing a ranking, of assessing the quality of education in university, talking about the brand and the uniqueness of a university, actually goes beyond academic excellence. And that is why today, globally, universities are no longer looking at the academic excellence as a matrix for career progression, for institutional relevance, or for influence. No, it goes beyond that. Now, universities across the world are now seeking lecturers or personnel who can actually collaborate widely, attract grants, mentor students, and of course, contribute to society. When you look at all of these issues, they connect to attitude, to relationship, and of course, they make impact. So within these confines, of course, attitude and relationship management has actually emerged as a strategic asset beyond tools. In the contemporary world, they are no longer labeled as tools. They are rather assets. They are fundamental and critical assets. And that is why today we want to look at the personal attitude, our professional relationships, which all together, put together, will shape the academic productivity, leadership potential, research visibility, and of course, institutional effectiveness. That is impact. If you do a critical marriage of attitude and relationship, you have impact, a resounding impact on the students, the immediate community, and of course, the society at large. When you look at all of this, I said something at the start of this presentation. All our conversations here since yesterday are connecting to our attitude and our relationship. For every strategically positioned university, you want to attain academic excellence, research productivity, pedagogical and effective teaching, leadership potential, community engagement and advancement, digital and AI strength, and of course, blended, rounded, and competitive graduates. All of this must define a well-focused university globally. But I tell you, in the center of these debates stand attitude and, of course, relationship. If you don't have good attitude to work, and this is why people will say that attitude is everything. Attitude determines altitude. We must understand this. For whatever mission, vision that we set for our university, if our attitude towards achieving them is poor, relating with other colleagues are toxic, then we just be having a mirage before us, and we cannot actualize our vision and, of course, our mission. The three issues here: personal attitude, professional relationships, and, of course, institutional impact. When we talk about personal attitude, we must understand that here we are talking about professionalism. How professional are you on your job? How have you been able to professionalize what you are doing? And that is why we may not really appreciate the training we are going through here. And that is why I actually commend the university management and also congratulate all of us that are participating in this engagements. The reason is very simple. You will have placed a lot of value on this training when we are attending this training outside, and we are paying hugely for it. But because it has been brought to our doorstep, we may not really value it so much. But I want us to please appreciate this. So what are we talking about when we say personal attitude? It simply implies professionalism on our job. Your person as a lecturer, as a university academic, stand in the middle of what the university really wants to achieve. And you must always see yourself as an emblem, as a symbol of that university. As far as we are all concerned, we are synonymous as OOU. Anywhere we are, anywhere we go, we should be a replica of what OOU stands for. And that is why if a single person of us commits any anomalies, okay, what will be summarized is that OOU is in a mess. They will not say a single person of OOU is doing something wrong. But we are all symbolic representation of this university, and that is why we must professionalize our attitude. In this regard, we must have good attitude towards ethics, good attitude towards accountability. We should see ourselves as representing this university, as envoys of this university, and we must also see ourselves being accountable to this university. And at that level, we try to professionalize all our engagements. And of course, our communication is part of our attitude. Communicate with your students, with your colleagues, with academic staff that are your colleagues, with non-academic staff that are also personnel in the university, must show that you have good attitude. And of course, your competencies on what you are doing also talks about attitude, your appearance, your level of reliability. How reliable are you to the system? In what way can the system place responsibility? Is about attitude. And of course, when we say professional relationships, about networking. Nobody comes and succeed in the university system working in isolation. Nobody. It's a practical reality. You just must collaborate in so many ways. You collaborate in teaching, you collaborate in research, in so many ways. Even with your student, you collaborate, because nobody has been created to be an island that you know it all. Nobody. And this brings to the fore what we call comparative advantage. What I know I want to share with you. What you know I want to share, you want to share with me. So when we do this, you achieve a good lot for the university. And ultimately, we have what we call institutional impact. In this regard, we talk about academic productivity, leadership potential, research visibility, and of course, institutional effectiveness. Now, let's look through these 3 issues and understand them. And as a way of conceptualizing the 3 issues, I have attitude defined as a relatively stable pattern of thinking, feeling, and response towards people, tasks, and situations. It includes one's mindset, emotional disposition, values, and behavioral tendencies. We may need to measure or assess ourselves within these confines. In what way am I faring well? In what way is my attitude determining my altitude? In what way is my attitude representing or symbolizes OOU as an institution? The relationships. I refer to the quality of interaction. Quality of, it's not about quantity. You can be relating with thousands of people without making any meaning out of it, without any constructive impact. Trust, communication, and collaboration between individuals or members of the group. Here we are as a network of individuals working together for the advancement of this university. In what way can people talk about your relationship with others? We must be conscious about this. And of course, impact. Let's also look at the definition of impact. Impact is a sustained positive influence, an outcome of a scholar's attitude, actions, and relationships on teaching effectiveness, research advancement, professional environment, and societal development. By implication, the culmination of attitude and relationship is what translates into what? Into impacts. Is my attitude, is my relationship all working towards making impact for OOU? This is a very fundamental question we need to ask from ourselves. Now, let us contextualize the trio within the scope of our university. attitude. What is our attitude to work ethics? OOU is so concerned in building personality. Anybody who has worked closer to the vice chancellor, you know that he actually wants to build individuals so as to sustain the system. Because the system cannot sustain itself. It is the individuals who are working for the system that will actually sustain the system. Therefore, building the personalities, in question is quite important. Our attitude towards our work ethics, openness to learning, response to criticism, because all of these are, they are inevitable as long as you remain a university lecturer. Then professional discipline, commitment to excellence, resilience under pressure, positive engagement with colleagues and students, punctuality. 8 o'clock lecture, 12 o'clock lecture, 2 o'clock lecture. What has been our attitude? Regularity and quality teaching, timely and quality grading. We were here yesterday. We had a lot of questions. And we also had the way the VC responded to some of these questions. Consistent research writing, responsiveness, and of course, reliability. What is our attitude towards all of these constructs? Relationship. Lecturer-student relationships, lecturer-colleague relationships, lecturer-mentor relationships, lecturer-administrator relationships, interdisciplinary partnership, industry and community linkages, international academic network. These are the scope. So when we say relationship, we are not limiting it to your colleagues, but this is the scope. These are the things you need to have at the back of your mind as a university lecturer when it comes to relationship, because all of this will eventually determine the impact on the university. The impact. Does my attitude, does my relationship transform our students? Research, citations, and influence. Community engagement, policy contribution, institutional development, professional reputation, and of course, the leadership legacy. So these are the issues. These are what will transform into impact if our attitude, if our relationship are all good for the sake of our university. Now, let's quickly look at the intersection of attitude and relationship. Good attitude sustains good relationship, no doubt about it, and vice versa. Good relationship reinforce positive attitude, vice versa. When you relate well with me, naturally I reciprocate. Whether in a mentor-mentee relationship, student-lecturer relationship, collegiate relationship. Negative attitude damages relationship. Toxic relationship weaken morale. All of these are facts. We can look at some of these examples, but let us look at the last point over there. Sustainable impact requires both internal excellence, that is our attitude. A professional label to attitude is what is called internal excellence, and external intelligence is our relationship. Let us master this. They are the game changers in the life of any university, and we must all come on board to ensure that we do this. We can see some of the examples on the last table there because of time. Now, what are the common enemies to impact? No university exists without being driven by impact. What you have been doing for the past 40 years as far as OOU is concerned is because you want to make impact. The VC said something here yesterday. The vision behind the establishment of OOU is for those of them at Okemoson in Abeokuta to always look back and make reckoning to us whenever there are problems on the table. If you want to achieve this, then we must fight all these enemies to impact. Number one is ego. This is quite simple. Ego. Gossip. Chronic negativity. All of these are issues that we can spend days in distillation. Then entitlement mentality, laziness. All of these are issues that work naturally against impact. Then there's something we call intellectual insecurity. This is terrible. And when you have this in you, you can't make any impact as an individual or working for any system. Isolationism. You want to isolate yourself, you want to do it all alone without sharing with anybody. It's not possible. You must take pride in connecting with others because you are going to learn hugely from them. Bitterness after setback. Yes, you can have a setback, it's not a problem, but not have bitterness because what that implies, lingering bitterness. All you see at that time and for the next whatever time is that setback. Put it behind you, move on. Public the respect for your colleagues. This is not acceptable because what you do is that you are setting precedents, you are setting examples for others. Then poor emotional control. We should try to regulate our emotion if actually we want to make impacts. How then do we build right attitude? Adopt a mission mindset. Those who control the world, when I say the world is relative. You can control the world of a university, the world of politics, the world of economy. Those who control the world, they adopt the mission mindset. They see themselves as missionaries. Missionaries are not attracted to anything but results. So we see this teaching as a calling and contribution, not mere employment. Dear respected colleagues, our job goes beyond mere employment, but it is a calling. Practice daily discipline. Write, read, prepare lectures, and improve consistently. Seek feedback without defensiveness. Manage emotions professionally. Stay humble despite achievements, please. We should never allow our achievements to get us intoxicated. Good academics, successful academics are not described in this manner. Humility should be your hallmark as academics. Then celebrate other success. Celebrate other success. All of this will galvanize, us towards, right attitude. How do we build productive relationship? Please find mentors intentionally. Prof said it all. Mentors intentionally. I relate this to my personal life. I had serious challenge moving up the ladder in academics. But I was intentional searching for a mentor. Eventually, I got one, the late Professor Lai Osho. But he made a great impact in my life. After my HND for 6 to 7 years, right? BSc at OOU here, my first master's at UI, the second master's at Unilag. Prof called me and said, Semin, you are done with Nigeria. You must move out. And I didn't know anywhere outside the country. He said, would you like to go to New Zealand? New Zealand? End of the earth? How will I achieve that? He just picked up his phone and he called his friend, who is a lecturer at the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Hello, Prof, I have a boy. He wants to come and join you for his PhD in New Zealand. And that is how we started the conversation. And that was all. You know the impact? I completed my PhD 2 years, 10 days, waited for my viva, done my viva, came back to the country. And I also facilitated more than 15 people traveling to New Zealand for their PhD, including his first daughter. And today, what defines my scholarship, I must appreciate the university management for sponsoring me through TED Fund. What defines my scholarship today is that journey to New Zealand. In my thesis, I published 14 papers. In a single thesis. Look at mentorship. The journey your mentor has covered for 50 years, you cover it for 5 years. That is the magic of mentors. So seek mentors. I choose our mentors. Build peer alliances. Look at your CV. How many people, how many collaborators have you had so far in your CV? Just last week, I looked through my CV. I never knew, except last week, that I had collaborated with 34 people in my academic journey. I never knew. But I was just trying to look at it. 34 people, how have I done it? Because I was deliberate about it. So let us build peer alliances. Be known for value. Value. As university lecturer. It's not about being brilliant, but what values? We must be known for values. Communicate professionally, collaborate across disciplines, protect reputation capital. This is the biggest capital every organization is working towards, reputation. And whatever that would damage organizational reputation, nobody, no CEO is ready for it. And we can all see this in the mentality of the CEO of this organization and of course the university management. So let us build the reputation capital of our university. I tried to search for some empirical, facts. But let's also look at this study. The title of this study is Student-University Relationships and Reputation, a study of links between key factors fostering students' supportive behavioral intentions toward their university. This is basic talking about giving back as alumni now. I know that is one of the strengths we enjoy in this university today. And what is the finding of this study? The findings suggest that to foster students' supportive behavior, universities need to cultivate a good relationship with their students and to obtain favorable reputation held by students while ensuring active communication behavior of students and the quality of students' educational experience when they were here. All of these are key if you want them to give back to the institution. So your attitude, my relationship, all determine all of this, because this is practically impact. This is talking about impact. Being able to give back is part of the impact we're talking about. This is the second study. Since we are going to have access to this slide, we can go through ourselves. Then our takeaway. Takeaway, the next slide, please. I have in this slide 2 illustrations. One, can we please chorus the first one? The first one is what? Is what? No, the first illustration here, swimming pool. The second one is what? An ocean. Your attitude will determine whether you are a swimming pool for this university or you are an ocean for this university. A lecturer with poor attitude, a lecturer with poor relationship is nothing but a swimming pool. A swimming pool has no exploration, has no resources, has no natural treasures ready to be offered to this university. But for an ocean, nobody can tap and exhaust all the natural resources in an ocean. And that is the kind of impact you are bringing back into this system. If really you work towards impact, please, I'm appealing to us to see ourselves as an ocean for this university. Nobody can tap into the resources and exhaust them. My last line. Build your publications, but also build your person. Develop your expertise, but also develop your attitude. Expand your knowledge, but also expand your relationships. For in the University of Life, impact belongs to those who combine competence with character and scholarship with humanity. This is because attitude is a mental and neural state of readiness that determines how far you can go, while your relationship determines how wide your influence can spread. I thank you so much for your attention. God bless all you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good presentation. Another good presentation is exactly 140. Can you put our hands together? Thank you very much. Our very distinguished resource persons today have been very wonderful in time management. Thank you very much. Now, the last but not the least presenter today is another distinguished scholar from the Faculty of Science. I invite to the podium Dr. Sekinat Folorunsho to come and give us a presentation on AI and digital community. Please appreciate her as she comes to the podium.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope you will be too. So, before I start, I just have 2 things, or probably 3 things to say. I appreciate all the speakers and everything they have said. I'll just summarize them here because I have some of them in my slides. So, and I also appreciate if all the slides could be shared because they are everything that we need to succeed. So, starting my talk, I just have 2 things to say to encourage us especially the early career researcher. Though I asked my HOD if I'm a late career researcher. So one thing is when you have a leader, a visionary leader that gives you an enabling environment. So the only thing you just have to do is just to tap into that vision, into that leadership. It will leapfrog you into everything that you need to do. Then secondly, you don't need all the lights. The room is well lit. You just need a for you to succeed, for you to move ahead, to save you. You owe yourself to the whole point of what Bello just told us now. So AI is not a myth. No, just the first slide. It's not a myth. So it's just something that we have had it all around us for the longest time. Only that we're just bringing it into the limelight now. So AI and the digital community. So we need to just empower ourselves as academia with AI. This is just a practical guide. Of course, everything will not be here, but I'll give the slide out. Then you can continue from where I will stop today. Next slide, please. So, are you using AI yet, or is AI already using your time without you knowing it? So, yeah, so just a reminder of some of the things that we learned yesterday that if we sit for too long, we should exercise a little. So I just gave you a teaser or an appetizer that are you using AI yet, or is AI already using your time? So these are some of the statistics from the literature. So before I continue, we just need to exercise our legs around just for a couple of minutes. Dr. Balogun, how many minutes for us?
Just 5 minutes.
He said 5 minutes. So we should come back when?
In the next 5 minutes time.
Yes, in 5 minutes time.
Yes.
So by 1:50, we should be back on our seats. Thank you so much.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are expected to move around, stretch your legs, stretch your hands, and in the next 5 minutes, come back to our seats here. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we practice what we preach here. Yesterday, a medical practitioner came here and told us we should be taking about 3.5 liters of water on a daily basis. And I could see that we must have taken the larger part of that measurement, because the closer you are to the night time, the volume of water you take must be coming, that must be reducing. And we've just been informed that some of our people had to take a very great walk to the sports center, and we need to wait for them. And thank God they are already here. Please come inside. The last presentation is coming up now. Let's take our seats. And I guess every one of us here must have taken not less than 2 liters of water up to now, or approximately 3, if it is possible for us to have taken 3 liters of water, as recommended by our very distinguished medical practitioner. So you can now spread the last 0.5 liter to, between 5 and 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished members of the university management, our very distinguished presenters of today, the resource personalities, our distinguished members of the university community, specifically the academic members of this great university. I have the pleasure of inviting a very distinguished scholar and intellectual entrepreneur in digital science. I invite to the podium Dr. Sekinat. Dr. Sekinat Folorunsho to the podium to come and resume a presentation on AI and digital community. Please appreciate her. Thank you very much.
We are welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, like this. Yeah, the next one, next slide. So just like we talk about the statistics of whether you are already there or you are using your time, AI is using your time without you knowing it. These are the statistics. So next slide, please. Now, so what exactly is AI? We are not going to be talking about some AI or computer science jargons here. You think of AI as a well-read, very fast research assistant who has read millions of books but still needs you to ask the right question. So that is all the AI tools that we have been using. They help you to bring your thoughts together, and many books or many PDFs that you have scattered around, they can help you summarize it and give you just one sentence to summarize it. So these are the core areas of AI. That is machine learning that learns the pattern of your search, your talk, your research, and every other thing that you do naturally. So this machine learning is actually the brain of AI, and that is my own core research area. The second one is the large language models. Everybody knows them as ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, but we call them large language models, and we are now encouraging us to build smaller large language models. Why do we do that? Because any AI model you build is as smart as data you use to train it, but the contextual knowledge there is the intelligence behind the AI. So when you don't train them with contextual knowledge, they don't become intelligent or they don't address our problem. The generative AI and that generates, text to speech, speech to text, or you ask your ChatGPT to draw a diagram for you or whatever. We call them generative AI. Then we have the AI agents that automate things that you do, things that you do normally, like a co-work or your workflow, your everyday workflow, or probably you send mails at a particular time. If you're an administrator, you could use AI agents to do that. Next slide, please. So as academia, the AI landscape, all these are completely my thoughts or the trend that goes on around. So you can pick your pitch from here. So I have AI tools that we can use for research, like literature review, hypothesis generation, or data analysis. Every one of us collect data. Like if you're a radiologist, your data is an image. If you are a chemist or chemistry or chemical scientist, you have all those molecular images. That is your data. Everybody collects data. If you are a musician, your data is audio. If you are a media person or probably you're a broadcaster, a newscaster, your data is video. Everybody collects data. Now, how do we analyze that data or synthesize them? So, writing, we can also use AI for writing a draft paper like a draft one, or you can use it to paraphrase, or you use it to edit your grammar. We can also use it for teaching, like our classes. We use it for lesson plan, quiz generation, or to get learned feedback. This ideation is something that is very beautiful. I encourage us to do that. You don't just use ChatGPT for drafting memo, correcting grammar, or do it to draw grammar. It can ideate for you. That ChatGPT that you are looking is a working knowledge, but it needs you to guide it, or it needs you to own this ideation. This ideation is very good if you can adopt it, and it can give you many ideas that are world-class ideas. Like you can use it to brainstorm, or you can use it for grant proposal ideas, even tech fund ideas. All you need to do is you understand the concept. What does tech fund want? You could pitch it with your skills, your expertise, your ideas, and it will help you to flow ideas or a project planning. Then, when you have data, just like I said, everybody collects data. You can use this to, you can use it to create charts or statistical insights into your work. Then, for communication, you can use it to translate. Like now, if you have French text, you can translate to English or any language then for presentation design or for email drafting. Next slide, please. So the right tool for the right task and to get the right results. You could use ChatGPT or Gemini. ChatGPT is owned by OpenAI. You can use them for brainstorming and drafting, or probably present a question and answer. And I gave an example of a prompt. Prompts are what you tell it. If you give it a good prompt, you get a good result. But if you give it a bad prompt will give you a bad result. But prompting is an act on its own. So you can say, help me brainstorm 10 research gap areas in renewable energy policy. Even this prompt will give you a generalized research gaps. It's not something that you are going to own unless you pitch it with your skill or your expertise. Then if you use this elicit, is a research assistant. It helps you to find and summarize papers, especially when you are working on systemic review or a scoping review or literature review, or you are looking for related work. You can use elicit or SciSpace. It helps you to find empirical study on student mental health in West Africa. Is going to help you to bring up papers that are in this area, and you can conclude your literature review in minutes or probably just 1 hour, something that could take you days or months. So we advocate that you work smarter, not harder. So like JAMA or Beautiful AI, you can use them to create PowerPoints and slides. Now, if you have a heavy note, you give it to them. They will help you break it into slide PowerPoint or probably add speaker's note to it. But I just want you to try out some of this. This consensus AI is for evidence-based answers from research papers. You know, sometimes you need papers that you have read the abstract and you feel that this paper is something that is worth reading. You need insight from there, but you need to pay for you to access that paper. Of course, we know that we are short of payment for that. So consensus AI or SciSpace can help you chat with the paper. You can chat with the paper, like ask the paper some questions, and it's going to give you answers that you normally, if you read it, are what to look for in that paper. So, and you don't cite paper or you don't quote what is not written in a paper. Even Turnitin will detect that. So, also Grammarly or Quibbles, you can use that for your paraphrasing. It's very, very efficient. AI for research, from idea to publication, you can use Elicit or consensus AI or SciSpace to find a research gap. Please experiment it, because I'm going to leave this slide with everyone here. You can experiment this when after this time out. Then, if you are designing your study, you want to generate a methodology framework, whether the workflow or the diagram, or probably you need to stepmize your methodology. ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude AI, they are very good and they can make suggestions to you. Then you want to collect and analyze your data, you can even upload your data set. If you are not very good at it, then look for the statistical insight into your work. But of course, everything that I'm saying now, I'm talking about responsible AI. It cannot be as intelligent as you are, because we designed it and we make mistakes too. And the way it is built is not specifically made for one person. It's a generalized term, so you need to use it wisely. Next slide. Okay, so AI for teaching. No, I think, okay. The art of perfect AI prompt. Okay, I was talking about prompting, that garbage in is garbage out. You put a gold in, you get a gold out. So that means that if you put an intelligent prompt there, it's going to give you an intelligent answer. Now, a weak prompt, like you want to chat up ChatGPT or Gemini. ChatGPT is owned by OpenAI. Gemini is owned by Google. So if you write about climate change, it just gives you a generic, shallow, possible, useless content that, is not something that you can use. But if you give it an intelligent prompt, like act as a climate scientist, that is the role. You give it a role to play. Like now, you want to research, you're a pharmacist, you need something that will go along the pharmaceutical line. So you will tell it to act like you, a pharmacist, okay? Or a philosophist, or a mass communicator, or things like that. So that's when it begins to give you something that you can own, something more intelligent for you. And you tell it to write a 500 blog post on how rising temperature affects food security in sub-Saharan Africa. You see now that you are being focused now. It's tailoring you towards something. And at the end of the day, it's going to give you something that will be useful for you, that you can, you can paraphrase and you can also document. Next slide, please. So, the academic integrity of AI ethics. AI is a powerful tool, but power comes with responsibility. So, we are talking about responsible AI now. You are responsible for everything you put out there. So, garbage in is garbage out. You give ChatGPT a bad prompt, he gives you a bad answer. But once you put it out there, be ready to be responsible. Because the internet don't forget. Once you say a wrong word, if you have been saying the right word, but once you say a wrong word, nobody forget, they come for you. So even if you submit your work, a conference, probably you have friends there, your work get accepted, but you know that those words were copied directly from ChatGPT. This LLM, they hallucinate. So what we mean by they hallucinate is that they lie a lot, but if you put your skills there, you can keep telling it that no. I don't want to go this way. Let's go the other way. You will see if you have tried that with ChatGPT, it will quickly apologize and go back on track. But if you don't own the skill, they give you a bad response. You post the bad response there, we will come for you. So when you submit your paper to a journal or to a conference, if you have friends there, your paper gets accepted, please know that you're going to join oh mama join your lower, because when people dictate, last year, the biggest AI conference, New Rips, we had about 23,000 accepted papers that when people started dissecting them online on Twitter, I was crying for the authors. I don't know how they begin, because those things pass through intelligent reviewers. How did they get past them? We don't know. But at the end of the day, when they start mentioning your name, you remember what Professor Bello said? Every time we remember that, that name is there. So when they say, that's Dr. Sekinat, that's very good with AI research. Oh, Dr. Sekinat of OOU. Yes, that's the word, of OOU. So when they bring it out on Twitter, you don't know that prof. That chemistry prof is from OOU. You cannot escape it. So use AI tools responsibly. Let's try it now. You have a ChatGPT account, so you can give it a challenge, like I'm a lecturer in mass comm or in agri or in earth sciences. Suggest 5 explore research topics that have high impact potential in Nigeria and Africa. That is ideation. It's going to bring in lots of ideas for you. Not all the ideas are right, but I can assure you that 80% of them are right. So just pick the ones that are right, the one that you can speak to, so that when ChatGPT is taking you away from common sense, you draw it back, because you have that skills, you have that expertise. So the lecture builder, like you want to probably like this kind of talk that I'm giving, or you want to prepare a lecture note, you can use a prompt like this, that you should create a 45-minute lesson plan on a particular topic, probably assembly language. For 200 level students, you should include learning objective and one group activity. It's going to write something intelligent for you when you give it like this. Or you have a paper, probably you can have access to that paper, or if you don't have access to that paper. But I know like a tool like SciSpace can help you chat with that paper. Create this research abstract. What are its strengths, weaknesses, and how can it be improved? So when it tells you how it can be improved, you can see the research gap there. So you begin to coin these things together. Next slide, please. So your academic AI toolkits, for a quick reference, you can bookmark this and use them weekly. Claude AI for writing and analysis. ChatGPT is a general AI assistant. Everybody uses that. Then Elicit for research paper, and then Notion, you can use it for notes and planning. Next slide, please. So AI will not replace academics, but academics who use AI will replace those who do not. So, and AI is for everybody. What you do with AI is different from what I'm going to do with it. So we interface it differently using our expertise. So 3 things that I encourage you to do this week or after this program is that you create a free account on any of these LLM tools. I still have some that I will show you later. Pick anyone that interests you. Some people say that ChatGPT is rubbish. Yes, because you give it a rubbish prompt. But to me, it's gold, because I give it gold prompt. So create an account and you just explore the features for 30 minutes. You use LEC to find new papers on your research topic under 10 minutes. You time yourself, something that you would do naturally. You know that if you want to do that naturally, you are going to expend a lot of resources. Time is a resource, mental resource, internet, and all of that. But you can do that in just 10 minutes. You can add AI to draft your next lecture outline. then you keep improving on this. Next slide, please. So this is an example of when you want to brainstorm scenario. We have a Dr. Sekina Singh, that's the lecturer department at OOU. She wants a fresh research idea, but has limited time for deep literature research. So this kind of prompt, like us as a public health research expert, please always give it a role to play, and the content and the context is going to give you something intelligent. So the step 2 is that what it will respond to you, like community level predictors of antenatal dropouts in rural area. Those of us that are public health, you understand what I mean, or the response is given out here. But I am not a public health expert, so most of these things might not make sense to me. But if it is wrong, then I just copy it out there. I've embarrassed myself. But if you are an expert in the field, once it generates this for you, you should be able to spot out the wrongs there. Next slide, please. So another one is analyzing a research paper with Claude or any other LLM model. So I want to download a 40-page journal article, but I have just 20 minutes before the postgraduate seminar. So what do we need? Now, what I will normally do is that I will open the LLM and upload the PDF. Then I start giving it instruction. Do this and do that. At the end of the day, this will be the output, and this output will be something that makes sense, that is useful or meaningful when I'm making my presentation. Next slide. Then for literature review in 10 minutes using Elicit or SciSpace. So if you have a PhD student that needs to write literature review section for a proposal, so the first thing is open an account with this Elicit. Then you filter out your results, because not all the results that it brings out is useful. Some are not related to what you want, but you can sieve them out. That's why the LLM needs you. Then you can extract your key data. Maybe if it gives you 100 results, you can find 60 or 50 useful. Then you generate a summary from there. So the result is a structured, evidence-based literature mapped out in just 10 minutes, because time is gold. You need time to be able to see this correctly. Another example is building a full plan lesson with ChatGPT. You can do this. You can ask as an experienced university environmental science lecturer in Nigeria, and you can give it this example of a prompt, or you can adapt it to your role, your expertise, or what you do. Let's see the kind of result it will give you. It's going to give you a full lesson plan generated in less than 25 seconds. And this doctor now spends his time refining, not starting from scratch. You know, it has taken so many weights off you, and you are wiser now. At least, if you can't develop these things from scratch, I know that you can distinguish between wrong and right. So, distinguishing between that wrong and right is going to save you time, and, you know, it gives you that professional write-up. Yeah, next slide. And this is another example. You want to write a proposal, abstract with Claude, or any other LLM. So this is your rough notes. You have a rough idea of what you want to do. So you can, your notes is that you want to look at how mobile phones are used in rural areas. You know, you just keep giving it the idea. These LLMs, they are intelligent enough to be able to pick some keywords from what you are writing. But when they give you the response, please sieve it. Sieve it, because you are responsible for whatever you put out there. No excuses. So the prompt to Claude, you should rewrite this as a formal grant. After giving it that note, you not tell it that it should rewrite it formally. And it's going to give you something like this. You can also ask it to generate a project budget justification. Of course, when it gives you the budget justification, you are the expert in that field. Some of the idea suggestions it gives you, some of them might be useful, some of them might not. You just adapt it to what you want or what you are doing. Next slide, please. So, and another one, generating examination question and marking schemes. our LLMs can also do that for us. So when they do that, at the end of the day, be responsible with it. You sieve it, you check the answers if they are right, because sometimes they give rubbish answers. At that time, we call it that the LLMs have gone rogue. It is possible that they go rogue. So when they go rogue, just leave them. The result they generate, you see them out. Next slide, please. This is another one, a real-time research with Perplexity AI. That's another LLM. So we have this Dr. Bamidele Keke is preparing a conference paper. She needs current statistics on AI adoption in African universities and need it from a so time to so time. Regular Google search returns outdated results. Even Google Scholar does that. But why Perplexity, why is good over Google? It cites sources inline and current web. It's very, very current. And these are some of the sample sections that you can have with the Perplexity. You start with that, and when it gives you the response, you now ask it again, which Nigerian university are leading in AI adoption, so that you can cite academia properly. So, and this is another example of polishing academic writing with Grammarly and Quillbot, which is very necessary, especially when you check your work with Turnitin, and it gives you a similarity of over the threshold that the university accepts. Of course, you have to bring it down. So you can use these tools. Of course, when you use it, still check whether it has removed the real definition. I remember there was a time, there's this English teacher in my children's school. He's very good, and many people go to him. Oh, yeah, help us to structure this properly. And I gave him my paper. He actually did a good job, but at the end of the day, he has removed all the AI meaning and the computer science thing there. So it's just English. So the paper is still okay, but at the end of the day, I just have to submit to probably an English journal, not a computer science journal, because all the technicality there are gone. So you must check it. I paid him, but I couldn't use the paper again. So I still have to sit down and, try to reduce the similarity bit by bit. So, yeah, next slide. So, which AI tools for which academic task? So I just tried to draw a matrix that you could pick out from. Of course, these things that are here, they are not everything, but these are just pointers. So for literature review, these are good. Edicit is best. Okay, I didn't put SciSpace here. SciSpace 2 is very good. And, just like Professor Bello told us that some of the things about our attitude, ego, that, okay, maybe if I have an undergraduate student, I cannot ask them for resources. I do. My undergraduate student, my postgraduate student, we are family. You won't imagine, or you can't imagine the embodiment of knowledge those undergraduate students carry around, unless when you sit with them and start extracting those information. So my postgraduate student, they introduced me to SciSpace. For a long time, I ignored it, but when I went back, I found out that I've been sitting on gold for a long time. So let us remove the ego. You can ask me, when I come to you and I ask you questions, don't look at me as if, why is she still asking me? I will ask you if I don't understand. So for data analysis, ChatGPT is good, Claude is the best, but probably the other AI tools are not very good. So if you suggest Elicit to data analysis, it's going to give you something completely rubbish that is not useful. Next slide, please. So, and these are some mistakes that academics make with AI, and probably how they can fix it. Accepting AI output without verification. You need to verify the output, and I also how you can fix it. Always verify statistics against the original source. Then submitting AI tests without editing. Don't do that. You have to act responsibly. Then use AI for tasks that need human judgment. Now, the pipeline that we used to build in the past when we were students for AI, we built a completely automated pipeline. But now, we have learned our lessons. We need human in the loop. a human to interject and verify those results. So using AI tasks for that, for a task that needs human judgment, like if I'm using ChatGPT to translate, they will translate, but we as Yoruba, we know that Ogun, the same spelling, mean many things. Ogun, Ogun, Ogun. And they mean different things. But ChatGPT doesn't understand that. So if you just give it the nearest meaning, or, it answers your question by drawing a scale, priority. So the ones that people use most, probably Ogun is 20. So if you put Ogun there, you will not know that you're asking for drug. You just translate Ogun as 20 for you, and it has removed all the nuance there. Then another one is using vague one-line prompts. We have to be smart with our prompting. Then not disclosing AI use where required. We all know ourselves. Going Bokupo. So when you use AI tools, let us know that you, and the usage is just that you use it to paraphrase or structure or your English, but the idea is still your idea. Then sharing confidential research data with AI. Forget that they say that there's data privacy, there's this, there's that. We remember the scenario with Facebook. Facebook kept lying to us that they don't use our data, it's private. Of course, ChatGPT will say, go and check or uncheck whether I should share your data, use your data to learn mode. They use it, so they use it. So just know that you take responsibility for everything that you do. You share your personal data with these models, take responsibility, because it is an absolute lie that they don't use their data. They use it. They use it very much. So the ethical use of AI, they hallucinate. We have said that severally. And there's always a bias in AI. Where does that bias come from? It comes from you and I. An example is a tool that you build for face recognition. Suddenly, it doesn't recognize you anymore. It won't recognize you because that tool was built with some certain skin-colored people. Maybe you brought it from abroad, and our skin color is different from Americans. Of course, when you bring that model here, probably it will work once and it stop working. Because why? It doesn't recognize that skin. So what we do is that we need to train that model to recognize dark skin. So when you train it with such, then it begins to work properly. Academic integrity is there. Then the copyright and the intellectual property issue, it still comes with it. And data privacy, never include confidential research paper. Don't put it online. You run in here that it doesn't, it uses it. So then the digital inclusion. Not all students or colleagues have equal access to AI tools. So equitable access must be a consideration in policy making. So these are some of the cheat sheets that I prepared for us that I think that you can look at. If you are looking for a presentation AI tools, these are some of the AI tools that you'll go to. But some know that they are all subscription based. But some of them have free plans, some don't. If you want chatbots that you can, chatbot means that you can chat with, you can ask them questions, you go to ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Gemini, or if you want AI that can write codes for you, these are some of the tools. Then for email or AI for data visualization, we all have data. So, but visual data are better than tabularized one. If you present your tabular data to Flourish or Julius, they will give you the tool. So these are an expanded text for AI tools, cheat sheets. Like if you want for a graphic design, you could use Canva. Everybody knows that. Or even ChatGPT gives a very good drawing too, and probably a video. Other examples. So I appreciate your attention, your time, and your engagement with this short presentation. Thank you for your time. Together, let us achieve more. So I'm available for collaboration. I'm in the Department of Computer Science. I'm absolutely loyal to OOU. So let's connect and create impact together. Thank you so much for your time. Yes, you can snap the scan code. You can use, no, just scan. Yes, when you scan the scan code, it will take you to, or you use my email address, sekina.folorunso at you are going with. I'll respond to you promptly, and also to scan code. There are another things that we do. There we have a research team for artificial intelligence systems that is ready for collaboration. Then we also have 100% synergy with AI communities like India by X. Then we also encourage our women to join women in AI so that we impact together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the distinguished lecturer from the Department of Computer Science, Faculty of Science of this great university? Maybe we'll test one thing with that AI. Maybe if it is possible for AI to generate what we've been discussing in the last 2 days for us. Madam, is it possible? What can you imagine that? That's a very good question. Can AI generate what we've been discussing for us in the last 2 days? Thank you very much. Invariably, those of you that didn't come early yesterday, you can get our document from AI. Thank you. That's a beautiful one. So we test whatever we. So that means the hypothesis is being validated. Is that not right? That's a wonderful one. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I want to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Olatudu Abosede Oderinde, to come and address us on how far we have gone and what are expected of us, henceforth. Of course, like we started yesterday, we said the motto of this great university is Excellentia Humana, e Patris Opus. Flowering of human abilities. Is that not right? And service to what? Service to fatherland. And how do we attain this? Thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier, flowering of human abilities and service to fatherland, including states and the world at large. So how do we flower human abilities? The sine qua non for flowering our human ability are what have been passed to us since the beginning of this workshop, especially for AL, for assistant lecturer, or graduate assistants up to senior lecturer here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come, we have seen, and of course, we've been able to conquer any hindrance that will debar us from performing maximally in our various undertaking as an academic staff in this great university. Just to tell you this, while we are entertaining, preparing our about 400 academic staff here yesterday, similar thing happened at the University of Ibadan. About 389 new staff were employed at the University of Ibadan. That's to tell you that what we are doing here is in line with what is happening in the entire world. World-class state, university. Can we put our hands for the management of this great university for doing the right thing at the right time? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to invite another distinguished alumnus of this great university, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, to please step forward and give us 1 or 2 words regarding how far where we started, where we are, and what are expected of us. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate Professor Oladipo Olubomeyin? Thank you very much. We are not appreciating the management through standing in for the Vice Chancellor of this great university. Maybe we should suspend what we are ingesting now so that masticulation will not start before digestion. so that we'll get the hearing right. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Balogun. I want to start by appreciating our resource persons. Thank you for all that you have shared with us. We are so grateful. Thank you very much. I also want to thank our colleagues for your attention and for your patience. In the course of some of the topics that we have treated, I wrote down some things. But maybe the topmost is the fact that we must find a way to do these things that we have learned. It is of no use if after leaving this place, in your department, in your faculty, things are still going the way it should not go. Things are still being done contrary to the things that we have learned here, and you keep quiet. So part of the reason for this training is so that we will know the right thing. A university cannot be greater than its workforce. So if anything is going on in your department that is contrary to what we have learned here, the VC was here yesterday, you are supposed to stand up and speak with the HOD. If the HOD does not agree, you have the dean there. And if the dean does not step in, that we still have higher levels of authority. I want to talk about co-teaching of courses. I think it was Professor Ifegbeson who said it today when he was speaking on quality assurance, that our courses in this university are to be co-taught. No single lecturer is allowed to take a course alone. It's a Senate decision. And I happen to know that in some of our faculties, that decision is still being flouted. If they ask you to co-teach a course with a senior person, and the senior person relinquishes that course to you alone, you are supposed, you know the right thing. Draw the attention of the HOD to it. If the HOD does not address it, the dean is there. If the dean does not address it, there is no faculty you don't have some professors. And if things are not being correctly done, we all have, students even send messages to the Vice Chancellor, not to even talk of staff. You can draw the attention of the Vice Chancellor to it, that in my department, this is what's going on, and I can assure you that you will be protected, because the VC will not call your HOD and say, it's Dr. So who reported what is going on in the department. What is important? So what is important is that we should obey Senate directive. The Vice Chancellor has come. You are welcome, sir. Thank you. Let us obey Senate directive and not violate Senate directive. Because when we violate Senate directive, it has consequences. If they are doing the wrong thing in your department and you keep quiet and you are involved, when there is a report, you are not going to be exonerated. Then I also want to talk about this issue of mentor-mentees. And I thank Prof. for that sharing on mentorship. A mentor is not expected to be an oppressor. Because I've heard that in some of the faculties, in some of the departments, the mentor has virtually turned himself to an oppressor. Asking colleagues, use your money to go and buy food for me. So when a mentor asks you to go and spend your money to do something for him, and it's not as if he's borrowing that money, don't be honest, should a mentor be borrowing money from the mentee? That's part of what we learned. So when they ask you to do that, know that it's oppressing you. Mentors are not supposed to lord over mentees. You will tell your mentee why you think this idea is good, to make the mentee to see reason, but you cannot lord over the mentee. And you cannot take advantage. Mentors are not supposed to take advantage of mentees. Because somebody comes to you from time to time for guidance, for advice, you are not taking advantage. You are now manipulating. It's not right. And the mentor should know more than the mentee. We should aspire to know more than the people we are mentoring. And then I want to just talk about faculty and university socialization. I think one of the resource persons also said it. This is one area that we all need to improve. Anytime universities has been a social function, let us also participate. The university is a community. It's not just about books alone. There are times that we also have social activity, like the last convocation. We had a music concert. We expect everybody to be a part of it. We had, I think, cultural day that people dressed in Yoruba attire. We expect large turnout. Anytime in your faculty there is a social function, it is also another dimension of university life. So let us always participate. It's not just for us to teach alone. Let's participate. When our students are doing things, be there. If there's a football match, there's a novelty match, also try to be there. That's the social life of the university, so that we can interact with one another. So those are just a few things that I noted. I want to give us opportunity to ask questions now. If we have questions, I'm sure you have questions that you want to ask the resource persons. Questions? Dr. Balogun, please. There's somebody raising hand there. There's another person in the middle here. Okay, three individuals, 1, 2, and 3. Any other?
Olatunde Tijani is my name, from the Department of Computer Sciences. I want to really thank our speakers for today, and the VC and the management for deeming it fit to organize this scintillating lecture and workshop. We are proud of you. Now, to the Director of Academic Planning, he mentioned collaboration. And I think that word has been mentioned several times by one or different of the speakers, various of the speakers. And one thing, the HOD of, I think, is it Banking and Finance or Tax, that organized that taxation workshop. Coincidentally, he picked me at one of those days. And we mentioned something, that there should be a general platform that brings together all academic staff. And the reason is this. I don't know, maybe it exists because I'm a new staff here. The reason is, if we want to collaborate, there are informations that you might want to share in your own faculty or department that by virtue of the work we are doing in our own department, I may not have access to it. But if that kind of platform exists, it is possible there is a seminar or this thing going on in your faculty. And once you put it there, if it's an area I'm interested in, or like I want to do collaboration, it's possible for me to pick on that and attend such seminar. So I don't know. I want to ask, is there a platform that, maybe like a social media platform that brings everybody together? Maybe like a Telegram. That's the first one. The second one is to my my senior colleague in my department. I'm not supposed to be asking her question, but I don't know, maybe it's to her directly or the management. I visited the library when I came in as a staff, and I was asking some questions, especially access to some journals and all that. After the registration was done, I noticed that some of the journals or the subscriptions, they have expired. So in a way, we don't have direct access to those journals and facilities. So I want to ask, what is the institution doing to support the use of these AI tools for our research? When I came in, there was an information that was shared that we can, we registered on a particular platform, and they gave us access. They promised to give us access to 1 year, using ChatGPT. We were very happy when, I'm not talking of, it's not this institution, a particular organization. For that 1 year, 1 month period that it was given to us, even though they promised 1 year, I know what value it added to us as a researcher. So in a way, some of these things, when we register in those places, we want to maybe access academic material, you want to use some LLMs or some AI tools, they will even ask you, name of your institution, just to check, probably if they subscribe or they have some partnership with them. And such tools will be provided for you free of charge. Thank God for the new salary we are still expecting by ASRO. Maybe by the time that is done, we will have more money to be able to subscribe for these things. But the fact is that we need all these research tools. So I don't know what the management can do for us, or maybe the resource person can tell us those free ones that we can use so that we can do more research. Thank you very much.
So somebody in the middle there. There are actually two people.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Fagbon Ayodele from Farm Care Department, Pharmacy. My question cuts across virtually all the lectures given since yesterday. And when Professor Efegbeso was talking about quality assurance, he showed us about some of the directorates we have in the university. And one of them struck my mind, and that is the counseling unit. And that aspect, I know that most of our students, you see them in a depression. They are depressed. Even staff, they are. But they find it difficult to discuss or narrate their scenario with people. I think if this counseling unit is also in other campuses, it will help us, it will help the students to get out of depression. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Babalola Ayola, Agric and Biosystems Engineering. My question is this, to the emeritus professor. What happens when a supposed mentor, who is supposed to know better, thank God the Deputy Vice Chancellor admin made mention of it, who is supposed to know better, deliberately tries to suppress, oppress, or set traps for the younger mentees, the younger ones, to the point of making a passing comment. I'm not asking this question because of myself, but for the younger ones that are newly fresh in the system, because some of us have become resistant and we have built resistance to such oppressive tendencies. So what happens when such a thing happens in this kind of scenario? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start with emeritus professor. Then this will help us to round up everything.
Well, if you remember at the start of the lecture, I gave a definition of a mentor and the qualities of a good mentor. And you see, the mentor is supposed to look for the
advancement, positive advancement of the mentee, and in all ramifications, encouraging him, teaching him, even doing things for him to improve the relationship between them. And that is normal mentorship. What I've done today was to describe normal, expected, and positive mentorship. Any deviation from that will not qualify to be called mentorship. You may give it some other names, like an oppressor, bad things. And you see, mentorship is expected to give positive results to the mentee. I spoke with you that you are supposed to monitor the progress, the skill of the mentor, of the mentee. And you see, you do that in all ramifications. The way you talk to them, the way you address to him or her, and even socially. You get him out for drink, for food, for lunch sometimes, not you expecting the reverse from him or her. So any deviation from what we have described today will not be qualified to be mentor. You can call it any other name. I mean, even oppressor, you can say that, but it's not going to be a mentor. Am I clear, sir? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, I will just say that if a mentor, a colleague in the department is attempting to oppress a younger colleague, you will find a way to respectfully decline. What you cannot do is to abuse or to be rude to the senior person, but please protect your dignity. I said it the other time, a mentor cannot begin to oppress you. Take me there with your vehicle, and you are the one buying the fuel. Weekend has a function. Bring your vehicle, you will take me there, turns you to a driver. You will respectfully decline. You don't need to be rude. And if it's going beyond that, you will always have senior people in the department you can report to or in your faculty, and the matter will be resolved. What you cannot do, what I advise you not to do, is for you to be rude to a senior person. So that's just it. And I've said it, if the thing is not handled at department faculty, you have access to VC, you can send a message to the VC. You don't even need to see him physically. He knows how to handle it with wisdom, and everything will be resolved. I think that, is that Professor Efebeson? Yes.
Okay. Research community. Okay, thank you very much. Well, we have OU research community. So if you are not yet on that platform, you can. OU Solidarity platform is the union's platform. But in order to be on the same page for research purpose, I think you can go to OU research community. I don't think we need to create another platform. With that one, I think we should be okay. But if you are not yet added there, just contact your HOD. You can make an arrangement for you to be added to that platform. Thank you.
Very much. Of course, to cap it all, I will invite the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Ayodiji Olayinka Johnson Agbola, to please step forward and give us the usual voice of wisdom. Thank you very much. The knowledge, the skill, and of course the values that is rooted in what? In what? Knowledge, skill, and value that is rooted in what? Rooted in our traditional wisdom, and culture. That is what is contained in our. Thank you very much.
Let's give ourselves a round of applause. We have done beautifully well. For all of us to see very, very active and be attentive since yesterday, it shows clearly that the function of this university is right. Give ourselves another applause again, and again, and again. I will try and answer all the questions. I will try. When you talk about mentorship, and the mentees, I have a typical example here, which is very obvious. I call the emeritus professor Baba Oba. And when you call somebody Baba Oba, it has a lot of implication. You know, when I was talking yesterday, I said I brought Professor Guyemi to come and talk about academic culture and professional ethics because of his role as a unionist to marry the two together. And when you talk about mentorship, I brought somebody that actually did it, not theory. I can say openly, and I said it anywhere I go, that the emeritus professor, Professor Olatunji, mentored me. And I don't shy away from it. He picked me up as undergraduate in this same university and monitored me till I become vice chancellor. And so when we talk about mentorship, it's two-way traffic. It's not about one side. You can't mentor somebody that doesn't want you to mentor him or her. It's not possible. You can't force yourself on anybody. I can't say I want to mentor you when you don't even believe in my ideology. What kind of mentorship is that? But if you know the rules, then you follow the rules. That is not mentorship. Mentorship goes beyond the rules and regulation of the universe. And that is why Paul is saying, occasionally he can take you out. Paul does not look at me. I know about 4 of us are very close to it that is mentoring. And he's still doing it for the younger generations because as he's doing that, he passes them to me and say, okay, I'll continue from where I stop. And so it is important that in the course of mentorship, you identify who you actually trust. I said it at the floor of FASU. That not everybody wants to progress. Do you think everybody wants you to progress? That is not true. Even either it is Bible or Quran. Even Yoruba will say that you know already monofiki wa. But you know already monofiki wa now. And so, if for you to go and meet somebody, help me to check my CV, you must be sure that I want you to progress. I've used Professor Ashidi as a sample several times. When he was to be promoted, Professor Ashidi is still alive. He can testify to what I'm saying. Professor Ashidi came to me and showed me, he showed me his CV. That I should look at the CV. I look at that CV. Prof, remove these two papers. These two, leave it. I say, Oga, I want the part that be ní méjì ní kí fèlè ilẹ̀. At that point, it becomes the issue of trust. Go and obey anybody out of the two, those who trust between us. And he decided to obey the other party. And then they brought the thing to ARPC. He failed. He then came back to me. Okay? If you want to go to the and he failed. The same set of people asked him to go and petition ARPC. He came back to me, actually. Back petition. What to fail you? And he still obeyed them. He went ahead and petition. And he failed. He's here. He's sitting down here. That is the truth. And then they tried to, they tried to modify the thing. They went to him, he's the same Agbola that doesn't want to be promoted. But he sees the truth himself. That is why I said, when you talk about mentorship, it's not everybody that wants you to be better than them. Some of them are frustrated. Some of them believe that they have spent so much time on the sport. Somebody that has spent so many years before he become professor, he also wants you to spend more than that now. Don't you think so? But that does not mean that you should not know the right thing. That's what we are saying here. And it also don't mean that you need to be rude to them either. Because what you don't understand is that the way you react to your senior, you also have junior. They are looking at you. How many of them are you going to be explaining to? They acted that way because he behaved this way. When next you also talk to them, they also do the same thing to you now. It's a chain reaction. Only àbúrò tó fẹ́ lọ sí ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ń wò tó má àbúrò ẹ̀ dání. Àbí ó yà ti sọ bọ́ ṣe wá sòun náà. That's the way it is. So please, let us look at it. Marry the academic culture with the mentorship. Do you understand? Marry the two. Even if somebody bully you, you are calling it bully. It might not even be bully. Not all of us can correct with love. That is what you also need to understand. Not everybody have the passion to listen. And a lot of people say, he can stay there since morning, everybody will run in and be talking, I will listen to everybody. Not everybody has that patience to listen to all of you. Some of them might be agitated, but that does not mean they hate you. So if you need an academic mentorship, you know where to go. You need social, you know where to go. After all, some of you always meet at the staff club. You don't fight there. Do you fight at staff club? You don't fight there now. And when you come to our office, you start fighting. But what they are telling you is that do what is right so that you, either you like it or not, you are a leader in your own right. As a senior lecturer, lecturer 1, lecturer 2, assistant lecturer, GA, they are all looking up to you. As a lecturer 1, lecturer 2, assistant lecturer, and GA are looking up to you. If you're a lecturer 2, assistant lecturer, and GA also looking up to you. If you're an assistant lecturer, the GA is even more comfortable discussing with you than moving up to go and talk to the professor. So, either you like it or not, you are a leader in your own right. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, let me answer the second question. The man that went to our library. I can say for sure, you can ask record around. This university has one of the highest databases in this country. You can go and check. Check your, just like the position will say, fast, fast check me. I used to ask us to have 5 databases, and we have 25 databases in this university. 25. Anytime we have AUC, that is our strength. We might not see physical books, but when it comes to online resources, we are there. So it depends on what you are looking for. There are some of the online resources that will fade away on their own. It's not useful. How many people patronize it? I'm a businessman to the core. I might be a professor of medicine, but the day I became vice chancellor, I'm a businessman. It's about cost-benefit analysis. I can't put money. And it's all about the pedagogical finding. If I look at the number of people that access that site, and they're not up to the sensible number, why must I keep it? Why must I keep it? And they are not cheap. Let me give you an example. Engineering is 20 million per year. Engineering is 20 million per year. So if I can just tell you one of the online resources, you know what it means. So if I continue to keep the one that is not going to be useful for me, then it doesn't make sense. So you can look for the journal that you're looking for outside those ones. Now, the reason they kept on telling you multidisciplinary approach is the fact that when you see, yesterday we said it, it's also corruption. It's a discipline. But majority of us, we do that. We have been at A&PC, where somebody that wanted to be promoted in science does not even know where the journal was published. The journal article that you actually published, that your name is there. You don't know where that journal is residing, where is it published. If you actually participated in that thing, you will know where the journal is now. Not to sign. At least they will give you author's form to sign. It cannot quote the name of the journal correctly. Neither does the person know where the journal is residing. And then you say you participated in that article. And then you start shouting, don't fail me. Why would I not fail you? But I cannot see the reason why you will not know the name of that. And that is why we are saying, move away from Ebami Folukobisi. A lot of people have moved from the point of going to A&PC and find themselves in SPEDIC. Because if you have actually participated, you can tell the person, this thing you want to do is wrong. Don't let us do it. Because your name will be there. When somebody has collected acceptance letter 1.5 years before the paper is published, and your name is there. Promotion today. When the trouble comes, both of you will go there. So if you actually do the work, you will know. And you can be proud of that work. Again, when you talk about, do you have a platform that all of us are? Of course, we have. The problem is that I don't like Instagram. I don't like it. So whereby we put the whole. Now we are about 800. At the last time we are about 800 staff now, academic staff. It's only Telegram that can take all of us. But I don't like that. Because if one phone is compromised, everybody is at risk. As it is now, we still have faculties platform. All HODs, deans, and provosts of this university are on the same platform. Whatever they put on that platform, they import it to your faculty's platform. And they follow it up there. And then they take it to the department. Sometimes you see me coming to your departmental platform to respond there. So we believe that we also have research platform. Most of the committees of the Senate is because of all those things that we are talking about. If you actually participated actively in those committees, you know what is going on. It's not possible. But after all, they always post new ideas on the research platform. So the way you are doing, I can deduce that in your department, maybe you don't even have research committee. Maybe you have research committee on paper. How many times have you met your department, your research committee? How many times? Yeah, how many times have you met your department? Research committee. So you are not in the committee, but how many times have you had departmental board meeting? Do they report a research issue there? They do. These are practical things. It's what I say every day. And if indeed you are having a meeting, I just laugh. I've never seen a report for your department. Quote me. The department that is always constant in sending the departmental meeting, the report of that department to me, is philosophy, Ade Farasi. Every month, I will get a report from him. The minute of the last meeting, he will send it to me. Others are doing it, but they are not all the department. But that one, every time I get a report from him. It's not here, Abi. Ade Farasi is a leader. It's not here. But that is the truth. So I understand what is going on in every department too. I know of a department where a lecturer one is the chairman of publication committee in science. Yes, in science. I'm quoting it now. A lecturer one is the chairman of publication committee. And a professor is a member. Yes, I'm saying it openly. And a professor is a member. That lecturer one, what does he know about publication? And he's chairing a publication committee. Can you see what I'm talking about? They know themselves. So sometimes we need to ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing? And for us to be able to do the right thing, that's why we have this 2 days career seminar that we are doing. Now, the third one question, at least I'll be able to answer your question. Okay? The issue of counseling center. You don't establish counseling center across your university. You can't solve a problem like that. Those that are in counseling department will tell you. Most of this thing goes beyond the physical building that you see. And the way a counseling center is supposed to be is even quite different from some of the things that you people call the counseling center. A typical example of counseling center is what you see at ODA. I went to psychology department during the last accreditation. and they were trying to show me their own counseling center. I just laughed. I told them that from what you are showing me, you already failed. Because a counseling center is a purposely built center. It has its own ancestral design separately from what people are talking about. They have their own mirror. It's not the same mirror that you people are looking at. It's got a two-side mirror. They are looking at you, but you are not seeing them. You don't know that they are looking at you. Even when you sit down outside, they're already taking decision on what they want to do about you. They are already monitoring you, assessing you. And then when you have a counseling center, they have two-way, about the two-way mirror, they have two entrances where the counselor can easily escape if there's any problem. And then the way they arrange their own office is quite different from your own office. So you cannot just, what I'm trying to say that you cannot just say, I want to be a counselor. It's easy to always say I'm counseling. What do you know about it? You can use a level advisor to extract information. You are only extracting information. You are not counseling anybody. It's a different ball game. So you can't be talking about having counseling center in all the campuses. No, you ask them, they will tell you. At least we have a department of EFC here. So they will tell you exactly what I'm talking about. So the best thing we can do is that at our level, we need, that is why we always discuss with level advisor. There's anything that level advisor must know. And they can guide them. They are not counseling anything. They can guide them. Don't go this way, do this thing, do this way, do this way. And then if there's a problem, they can confide in you what their problem is. And then you can escalate the issue to where they can counsel them appropriately. That is why when you take any student, we always believe that no student with the right senses will go to the exam hall to go and cheat. So when they are coming back, we ask them to go to counseling center so that they can reorientate them before they come back to the class. I think I've answered all the questions. Have we? Yes, sir. Okay.
As I thank our distinguished intellectual entrepreneurs here, the presenter of today, can we appreciate them as they take their seat at the floor? Thank you very much. Let's appreciate. Thank you very much, Dr. Semiu Bello, Professor Babarinde. We thank you so much. And not leaving behind, we want our emeritus professor to retain his seat. As I invite to the podium, to the high table, the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola. Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much. And of course, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Olatudu Abosede Oderinde. Thank you very much. You are invited to the high table as well. And of course, another distinguished scholar, distinguished alumnus of this great university, who currently is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Administration, Professor Dipo Olubumeyin. Thank you very much. And we equally appreciate the Emeritus Professor of this great university, Professor Emeritus Olatunji Ojo. Can you put our hands together for him as well? Let me equally invite to the high table the Provost, Postgraduate School, Professor Arusi Shomoye. Please come down, join our management at the high table. The Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Janet Ade. Professor Janet Adetayo, you are equally to join our management on the high table. The Dean Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Anotula Deji Agbola, you are to join our management at the high table. The Dean Faculty of Law, Dr. Bade Akinrimade, you are equally expected at the high table. Not leaving behind, the Dean Faculty of Administration and Management Sciences, Professor Muse Sholanke. And of course, the last but not the least here, the Dean Faculty of Art, Professor Babajide Dasaulu. Can we appreciate this distinguished personality? Of course, we are conducting the closing ceremony of the two-day workshop. Thank you very much. The Dean Faculty of Agricultural Production and Renewable Resources, Professor Biodun Joda, please join our distinguished personality at the high table. Can we appreciate our distinguished provosts and deans? Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time now, let me now invite the Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, a distinguished alumnus of this great university. We are proud of this personality that has brought to this, this two-day program in making sure that the capacity, the capability, and of course the character of the newly appointed member of staff, academic staff, are well fortified. Like I said earlier, similar things were done at University of Ibadan yesterday for about 389 newly appointed or recruited academic staff. That's to tell you this management is, on the right track in making sure that the intellectual entrepreneurship in this great university is never undermined. This is along with the physical structure, the physical infrastructure. This Vice Chancellor has made sure that we never lack in any respect. And of course, like somebody mentioned earlier, you will see people walking around in digitalizing everything about internet on this campus. In a couple of weeks or months, you will start operating your laptop wherever you are. Even in the inconvenience, you can do it wonderfully well, conveniently well. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together as I invite to the podium the Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola, to formally declare the program closed. Thank you very much. The workshop closed. Thank you very much.
The principal officer of the university, provosts, deans, professors, and members of Senate here present, and my dear colleagues, we have done justice to what Senate tells us to do, but also want to pass this information across to all of us. The first one is that we are having a series of seminars that we're also going to bring on board, especially for those that are doing the PhD. We want to ensure that some of our staff that are staff lecturers, we want them to have their PhD at the record time, so that they can move with speed. We are saying that within 3 years, within 4 years, when you register, you must have your PhD. We have a program that we have structured now, such a way that 4 years will be 4 years, and 3 years for full time will be 3 years. In addition to that, I want to plead with early career, especially those that are lecturers, to those programs that we are also bringing up in terms of how you are going to be able to publish more papers. You can gain it from those lectures that are going to bring aboard. We are saying that because we believe once you have a PhD, you can be a scholar. But you can still strengthen all your things that you are doing so that at the end of the day, you make it easier for you. Because the way we have structured the program is for you to be able, right from now, plan how to become a professor in your own research work. Now make it a broad base and become an inverted pyramid. And with this, you won't be looking for anybody to join you, but help me to put paper there. Because the ideal way of being a scholar is that this paper must lead to the next one, must lead to the next one. So if we actually structure it well, you know exactly what is next. And I join, especially those that are less than senior lecturer. If the senior lecturers want to join, it's also welcome. So that we will see what we are talking about clearly. The second thing I want to pass across, that I want to plead with us when we issue deadline or timeline, obey them. It's our own good. We don't gain anything by asking anybody to go to spend it. But you need to obey the rules of Senate. Because if you check the law very well, any violation of Senate directive is dismissal. You are all here as academic staff. By virtue of that, you're all members of Senate. And the reason why all members of Senate is that you belong to one department or the other. And the headship of that department is representing you there. So that means your department is in that Senate. So all of us have taken that decision together. And there's nothing we are doing here more than the academic matters. That's why they call you academic staff. Please obey all those directives so that you don't need to blame yourself unnecessarily. Okay? You can then come back and start giving one excuse or the other, but you must obey first before any complaint. Ladies and gentlemen, you have done beautifully well. If I have not put down your name on the register, please do so. Because we are going to issue certificates to all the participants. All these participants. This certificate has a lot of meaning. It's going to be useful for two things. The first one is for you to keep it as a record, and when we have accreditation, you can also make use of it. The second one, the paraventure, if you find yourself in spending, they will ask you to go and bring that certificate. You can't pretend that you don't know anymore. Now you know. Now you know. So please endeavor to do the right thing. Please. I'm actually pleading with you. Do the right thing. So lastly, my dear colleagues, on behalf of Senate of this university, I hereby declare this workshop closed.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the Vice Chancellor of this great university once again? And of course, other distinguished members of the high table here. Now, shall we honor rise and stay where you are? Stay where you are now. We are to recite the first stanza of the national anthem to formally declare the workshop closed. Let's all rise. Thank you very much.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you, and journey masses back to your various destinations. I invite the guest lecturer of today, the presenters of today, to please come forward and have a group photograph with the university management and the committees of deans and provosts. Thank you very much. If you are here to have a photograph with the management yesterday, you can come forward as a participant in this workshop. It will be the second